You know, one of the great things about doing the Pro Watercross National Tour is all of the cool places that you can hang out while you're watching the races, and this by far is one of the best. This is the Casino Beach Bar and Grill right in Pensacola Beach. Some of the best food, best hamburgers, Pensacola Brewery, all kinds of great beers.
I love the beach. I love the water. You can surf here. You can paddleboard here. You can do anything here. It's a great place to be.
All right, I'm here with JK. So tell me about this bar.
Well, it's awesome. It has the best view on the beach, and we have the best drinks.
In your opinion, 1 to 10, what are you thinking?
12.
Nuh-uh, for sure?
I'd say so.
All right, deal. I'm going to make you call on that one. Man, what is the drink to order? What's the best drink?
In here, in Pensacola, I would say our margarita is awesome. And a painkiller because it has a lot of alcohol.
You are going to love hanging out here. And the greatest thing of all is it has the best seats in the house as far as seating the races. Come to the Casino Beach and Bar in between all the hot racing you're watching.
So much for such a beautiful day and a beautiful race site and a bunch of hard-working folks with our race crew and our sponsors that allow us the privilege of being here and doing what we love to do, which is race pro watercross. And Lord, we ask for you and invite you to be here today and be part of our event. Watch over all the competitors, keep them safe from harm, and somehow, some way, may you get the glory. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Thank you, Brian O'Rourke. And ladies and gentlemen, if we could get everybody to please rise. The flag is located on the tower. Please remove your hats and let's pay homage to those young, brave men and women who are overseas fighting for our very freedom to race here this weekend. Oh yeah, Sunday, Sunday, Sunday. Anybody ready for some racing out there? Make some noise.
I'm ready. Are you ready, Mikey?
I'm ready. I was born ready, girl.
I kind of figured you might be. Out of Rydell, Georgia, he's sponsored by Metal Roofing Manufacturing, Dean's Team, and Revab. Boat number 8, Jeff Dykowski.
Yeah, you got Shantae Bukes on boat number 72. She's out of South Africa riding for Rockstar and Commander.
Out of Union, New Jersey, sponsored by H&C Metals, Borges Towing, boat number 88, Michael Borges.
Yeah, we got the C1 of Craig Warder, 110, Troy Snyder, 116, Dustin Farthing, 149 is Timmy Ducat. 1 is Billy Dearman, and 247, Dylan Osborne. And it looks like Dearman on the outside, Farthing on the inside, drag race down the front straightaway.
So whole shot's going to be going to Farthing, and it is going to be Dearman in second. Looks like Frank. No.
That's Ducat, I believe, in that third place position, followed by Snyder in fourth. Uh-oh, Ryder goes down, and look where, oh my goodness. Rider goes down in a horrible place right there. He was coming off the yellow buoy there on the bubble section. Looked like he lost power and went right into that straightaway alongside the pier, Dawn.
Yeah, a little scary, but looked like nobody got hurt on that one. And we've already got the course marshals over there getting him taken care of. Meanwhile, getting taken care of business. The gentleman over on the left-hand side of the track, that is Dustin Farthing, or King D.
Somebody check his wetsuit. That is the King, ladies and gentlemen, working left to right in front of you. Boat number 116, riding for Sea-Doo, and the red flag is coming out. The dreaded red is coming out. Farthing was in front. Dearman was in second. Ducat was in third.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to have to get that rider checked out.
All right, looks like once again we're going to bring that rider in and figure out what the issue is. Obviously, the rider's sitting up, so that's a good sign. He's all right. I know, like I say, he might be just a little shaken up. But we're going to bring everybody back to the line. Either way, ladies and gentlemen, you're watching the Pro-Am Runabout Box Stock. This is the first race of the Pro Show.
I do believe that's Shantae Bukes. It is. Tough break. They will get her back in here and get her checked out. We will give you the update on that as soon as we know it. Meanwhile, the course marshal's already out there helping her out to get her back in.
Tough break there for the Go Fast girl out of South Africa, riding for Commander and Rockstar. I'm not quite sure. I didn't really see any altercation, Don.
I didn't either, but as you and I both know, it could have been a leg injury. Could have been something that just happened. Might just be shook up. We'll see that are checked out. No, she's definitely hurt now. It's a leg. Oh, yeah.
So once again, folks, we ask that everybody please make way and give our officials room to work down there. Again, we apologize. We do have the best in the business down here with us, though, and that's one thing that we do got to say, that it is all about safety here with this tour.
Yeah, very quickly, our race director realized we had something going on the course. We got that red flag out there for a reason, and that is just one of the things that those course marshals are highly trained to make sure that the course is safe. And another thing is, if something is happening on that course, to let us know so that we can shut the race down. And that is exactly what you see here. And you know, Mike, compared to motocross and some of the other sports, certainly not a sport that you get a lot of injuries in. But man, I tell you, whenever we do, it's always tough because these guys are family, and we never like to see anybody hurt.
Once again, folks, we'll be right back with the restart here, the Pro-Am Runabout Box Stock. And for those of you listening in at home, just going through a red flag process, and officials down there taking care of what they need to take care of. Again, we need all racers in that Pro-Am Runabout Box Stock class. Please get back onto the line, get set to go, as we probably will be hitting that band here within the next couple minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls of Pensacola Beach, how about a nice round of applause for Shantae Bukes? She was out there for not only her racing career, but for your entertainment. And I'll tell you what, that girl's got a big heart, strong girl.
Oh, man, she's amazing. Yeah, young lady actually that started competing. She used to race in stand-up is how her career actually begun. And how we discovered her was Dustin Montzuris. Dustin actually had discovered her over in South Africa, his home country, and was so impressed with her talent, Mike, wanted to bring her over to the United States. They had her be a part of the Commander team, which, by the way, packed full of talent, and you can see the Commander team down there right now supporting her. making sure that she is all right. But I tell you what, man, a stellar group of riders, and they admire her very much, as do we. So keep our fingers crossed and hope that she is okay. You were watching the first race of our pro show this morning, and you know, like I said, we don't have a whole lot of injuries in this sport. Certainly not like some of the other motorsports. But man, when we do, it always feels like it's one of your family.
Exactly. You know, and this is actually probably our first injury in about 3 years.
Yeah, it is.
Here
I
on
think.
this tour.
All right, again, we're going to keep these guys in the lineup behind the rubber band. And, I mean, you know, Mike, this is one of the tough times. It's just as tough for the riders out there that are waiting to restart, too, because, you know, they don't want to see anybody hurt either. They love to race and compete, but
First race, first lap of the pro show, man.
it's just weird. It doesn't normally happen.
Yes, exactly. We'll be back into racing here momentarily, folks. We'll go to Rick Ignacio for those of you who are listening in on the live stream. And why don't we go to commercial, Rick, before we get this next race started. Again, we appreciate everybody for listening in on the Visit West Virginia live stream. We'll be back to racing here in just a couple of moments.
Welcome to the first round of the Hidden Trails Sea-Doo Pro Watercross National Tour, presented by Jetlift.
Obviously, we're really excited for the new season. The goal is always to win. You know, it's going to be tough. There's a lot of good riders, but yeah, I'm excited for the challenge.
Riding in places like Pensacola, Panama City Beach. Some people call it the Emerald Coast, but for me, it's just paradise in Florida.
White sandy beach, the water is insane. It's so clear.
This is the Daytona of Watercross. If you love racing, you know, this is it.
I'm Shantae Biggest, and you're watching Pro Watercross.
Out there, come up by the tower. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen, the start of the Pro-Am Runabout Box Stock class. And it looks like we got
Craig Warner in the hole shot position on the inside.
Yeah, looks like we got another Cowie on the outside.
Billy Dearman.
That's right. So here we go, down the front straightaway. Dearman going to have the drive coming from the outside. Billy Dearman, who is he's the current national champion in his class on the Pro Watercross Tour.
Yeah, Billy with the momentum, let him carry into that hole shot, followed by Craig Warner, Dustin Farthing, Tim Ducat. That is your top 4.
Actually, Billy's on the new Yamaha. You know, they got that the white, green, and black going on out there. We always think that they look like the Kawasaki's, but that's actually a Yamaha out in front. Kawasaki's back there in second. Sea-Doo's in third. Here comes Farthing. Oh, you got some more kids coming? Here we go.
All right, again, I've got Dearman and Warner all following that outside split. Looks like Farthing going to see if he can pick one off from the inside.
And remember, we talked about the inside being a little bit quicker.
Well, let's see if it turns out to be, and it certainly looks like it puts Farthing in position to put some pressure on Craig Warner as they come into that elbow turn off the front stretch. Billy Dearman taking a quick look back over his shoulder as he comes off of that final turn to the far right-hand side. Yes, Mike.
Hey, by the way, you see the helicopter up there, right, Don?
I do.
Hey, that's the Wrong Brothers Aviation. They're taking all kinds of photos and video for us for this weekend's event. So a very special thanks to Wrong Brothers Aviation, who do flights here locally in Pensacola Beach. And once again, first place going to the outside. Farthing going to follow him. Warner, who was in second, goes to the inside. Let's see if Warner can make up a little bit of time. I don't think so.
I don't think it did. In fact, it just solidified Farthing's move into second. So you've got Billy Dearman, Dustin Farthing, Craig Warner, and Tim Ducat. In fifth, Troy Snyder, the slugger. And at sixth, Dylan Osborne.
That's right. That's right. You're watching, folks, the Pro-Am Runabout Box Stock. This is our first race of the Pro Show for those of you listening in on the Visit West Virginia live stream. Race number 9. Race number 9 going to be coming up next. Pro-Am Ski Stock. Pro-Am Ski Stock.
All right. Again, to have our next race start working their way down to staging, please. Pro-Am Ski Stock. Pro-Am Ski Stock. Oh, Billy Dearman having some engine trouble, and that is going to turn the field right over to Dustin Farthing and Craig Warner. Red flag out. Actually, Dearman the only one seeing it, so we have a red flag.
Second red flag here. Not quite sure what the issue was there, but we're going to figure it out, folks.
All right, so one of the turn-in buoys actually... We lost it, and unfortunately it's gonna, it is the master part buoy starting to take a walkabout. So that buoy is the final buoy that they have to navigate to come off of that back stretch, and because that buoy came undone, we will have to put a red flag on the race. So unusual circumstances. First time in 3 years I've seen that as well, that you would have 2 red flags on the very first part of a race like this. So we have got to get that buoy retethered.
So Don, there's a couple situations that could happen right here. You know, they could start from where they were the last completed lap.
Yes.
Or they could follow each other to NASCAR rolling start. Or the flagman can basically point at them on the line and they can take off one at a time. Or it could be a complete restart. It all depends on whether we were halfway through the race, and I don't think that we were halfway through the race at this point.
All right, Mike, I just got the update. We are 8 minutes into this race before we had to do the red flag, which indicates that we are going to need to do a rolling start. Carson has called that. They will do a rolling start for the final part of this race, and they will start in that order that they completed. So, rolling start will be how we restart this race. Meanwhile, sounds like I might have some communication. I got some communication happening from the helicopter, and Jonathan Owens is going to hook us up. I'm doing fantastic. Hey, I'm just checking in with David McCarthy up in the helicopter. I was going to get your thoughts on the view up there.
First team that I had ever watched a jet ski race before, and I'm absolutely hooked and amazed at the whole setup. You guys are awesome.
It is a lot of fun to watch.
Yeah, I mean, it was wild. We were having a hard time keeping up with the lead, and we always like to think helicopters are pretty maneuverable, but these guys had me beat out there.
Well, I tell you what, David, I always thought that Mike and I had the best seat in the house, but I think I may have to modify that.
You find me a clear piece of land, we'll come and land and pick you up, and we'll compare and contrast. How about that?
All right, I totally agree. Again, David McCarthy and the gentleman up in the helicopter, thank you so much for getting such great footage for us as well. We will take it back down to the tower and the front line. Again, we are just waiting for them to re-cement that buoy back out in the water, and then we'll be able to restart the race. Again, the race had started, and we had 8 minutes on the clock, so we are going to actually redo that race as a rolling start for the rest of the time. It's going to be a rolling start, and it's going to be in order. Yep, they'll set you guys up. So a rolling start, and you will be starting in order that you finished. Yeah. All right, so here's a brief recap for you guys that are watching us on the live stream, because that looked like a whole lot of stuff happening here. So again, just a really brief recap. We fired off the very first race. That was Pro-Am box stock. And before we got one lap down, we had an injured that had to be rider that had to be pulled from the field because of an injury. That was Shantae Bukes. We will get you an update on her as quickly as we can. Then we got the race started again. Everything was going awesome. Billy Dearman was actually leading that race. It looked for a moment like he had pulled the engine or had stopped, but what really had happened is he had caught that red flag. They just pulled the red flags out. The reason for that, by the way, is the MasterCard buoy, which is that final buoy before you take a turn off of the back stretch. That buoy had come undone, and because of that, it caused a real issue, obviously, on the course. They cannot navigate like that, so we had to call our second red flag. This is our first pro race for the pro show, so already 2 red flags for that in Pensacola, and as Mike and I were talking about, this is the first time we've had that many red flags on a big race like this in a couple of years. So,
oh yeah,
it's been a little bit interesting, and I'm just kind of wondering what that's going to do. Is even though these guys are pro riders, that's got to mess with your head a little bit.
Definitely, not only messing with your head, but it's messing with those racers that are coming up later as well.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, everybody's thinking about, okay, man, what's going on? It's pandemonium.
That's right.
And Carson's, doing the right thing as a race director. It's the same thing that I would do. I bring everybody in and say, hey, listen, guys, gals, let's settle down. Remember, it's the same program it was yesterday. You guys go out there, you know the buoys. Don't hit our buoys.
Please don't hit the buoys.
Otherwise, we wouldn't have a problem right now. And
exactly.
And especially with the MasterCard buoy. And we wouldn't have red flagged a race, I'm pretty sure, if it was a regular buoy. But that buoy right there is where they actually turn in to go to the split. So that's a big critical decision-making buoy right there.
It was.
And there's a lot of points, there's a lot of money, and a lot of other stuff on the line here, for everybody who is out there. So we want to make sure that is right, and the staff did right by what they're doing.
Oh, I totally agree. AJ and Carson, they're both like, we're going to do a rolling start when we get these guys back up and going on this final race. And that was a wise move. It's again, they're 8 minutes into this race, so already well over halfway. So they're going to start it with that rolling start. They're going to put them right back in the position that they have. So, again, that's where we are right now. We'll let you go to this quick break, and we'll be back.
That's right. Those of you folks who are listening in at home, we'll be right back in 2 and 2. We're going to commercial. Hey. Sorry. You guys like talking to my back?
I'm Rob Wells from the Naples Marco Island Everglades Convention and Visitors Bureau. I'm here today at Sugden Regional Park in sunny Naples, standing on the shores of Lake Avalon, the new home of the Pro Watercross Tour World Championship. We're excited to welcome everyone here in September to experience Florida's Paradise Coast. Besides enjoying all the fun that will take place here on Lake Avalon, we invite you and your family to enjoy all the fun and excitement our area has to offer. With over 30 miles of spectacular white sand beaches overlooking the Gulf of Mexico, come find your place in the sun. If you're a golfer, welcome to Golf Heaven. With over 90 courses, the Paradise Coast was just named North America's #1 golf destination. For the adventure, come explore our 10,000 islands in the world-famous Everglades National Park. Last but not least, we encourage you to visit our world-class restaurants, boutiques, art galleries, and museums. I look forward to welcoming you to my paradise and hope you make it your paradise. Welcome.
I just jump right to the front right away. What would you do?
No, I'd stay in line.
No, that wouldn't be very sportsmanlike.
You wouldn't do that. You say that, but you wouldn't. I know you.
It's looking a little bit reminiscent of NASCAR. We got any NASCAR fans out there? All right, we got 3. We're all jet ski racing fans here.
All right, you guys, once again, as Mike had told you, they are going to set them back up. This is the order that they finished. Now that we've got that buoy fixed, the MasterCard buoy, they will get these guys back going. Now, Mike, I have a question for you. They've done 8 minutes. Are they just going to finish with the final 4 minutes?
You know, that's a good question. It all depends on what the race director says. A lot of times when you're over that 6-minute mark, they'll just go ahead and call the race at that point. I've always called it after that point. This is the first time that I've seen this right here, but I would imagine that they would just continue where the clock left off.
So we will continue where the clock went off, and the clock just started. Billy Dearman, Dustin Farthing, Craig Warner, Tim Ducat, Troy Snyder, Dylan Osborne, and Jeff Dykowski back underway.
Well, here we go. We are back and under fire here. And once again, look at Farthing sneaking underneath Dearman right there.
Slick move.
Yeah, the King, Dustin Farthing. Yeah, you know what? Good thing about Farthing, I don't know if you heard this, but Dustin Farthing, when he got his contract with Sea-Doo, said he was so impressed with Sea-Doo's new product and had confidence in his ability that he said all of his winnings this year are going to charity.
Really?
All of his winnings this year are going to charity. He's not taking one paycheck home with him.
All right, you guys, front stretch. That's the gentleman that Mike is talking about, Dustin Farthing or King D. We were trying to calculate how many starts yesterday he had overall in his career.
Yeah, just getting the confirmation, Don, from Carson, our race director. They did pick up. They had 4 minutes left to go in this race, and that's what they're doing. They're going to do 4 minutes. They were 4 minutes in, so yeah, we got 8 to go. I
actually thought they had 8 minutes in is what I originally heard, so 8 left. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, exactly. So it was obviously it was done before the halfway mark. Like I said, after the halfway mark, you're going to call it kind of at that point.
Gotcha.
But if it's before that, you want to give the folks just due credit. I mean, it wasn't their fault that the buoy came loose. So, it could have been a back marker, could have been anything out there. I don't know. A shark could have bit the rope. So far, they start to stretch out that lead. Warner's starting to apply the pressure on Dearman right now as second, third run their way around the bubble. Look at Warner. Holy, carving up a Thanksgiving Day turkey, Batman.
Set him up nicely off that yellow buoy. Right when they came to the far side where the pier was, man, Warner just slapped right into second place. Dearman third. Still got Ducat up in fourth. Snyder holding to fifth.
Yeah, Warner showing some Cowie power. Meanwhile, out in front, Battle of the Manufacturers, for those of you listening in at home, we've got Sea-Doo out in front right now. We got Kawasaki in second. We got Yamaha in third. And again, this is our box stock class. This is what wins on Sunday, sells on Monday. You folks watching?
Well, in that case, Sea-Doo's looking pretty good. Craig Warner.
Hey, by the
boat
way,
number 7. Yes, sir.
I was just going to say you could pick up a brand new Sea-Doo over at Pensacola Motorsports right now And with Sea-Doo up in front, I think that they got a dealer special.
Oh, really?
I believe so. Stop over there on Monday. Tell them Mike sent you.
That's Mike Young.
Right, I'm sure that they'll add 25% of the cost. They're not open on Mondays, he says. That's why I said stop over there on Monday, man. I'm headed back to Orlando tomorrow.
Oh, my gosh, that Surf and Turf shirt is awesome.
Yeah, Paul Havens is in the house, man. I'll tell you what, we got all the old school folks here. Bobby Ray Shaw was here yesterday. Matt McKinney. All the Emerald Coast guys that used to race on this tour up here. I'm looking back to check out Ducat. Ducat's still hanging tough there in that third spot now, actually. Yeah, he just got past Dearman as well. And I know Tim Ducat, this guy's looking for Sea-Doo. No, there's more than 1 minute left, Nicole.
Next race, need to have you guys make your way down to the line. Next race could be Pro-Am Ski Stock. Yeah, I saw the card coming out too, but I don't think he was indicating a 1. I think what he was trying to say is, well, we'll see. Maybe I'm wrong. We shall double check that for you. Dearman starting to work a little way backwards, not the direction you want to be going. Started out at the lead of this race, in the lead as back in 4th. Meanwhile, Dustin Farthing starting to open up his own postal code out here in Pensacola. See a couple lap rider move over for him as he makes his way through that outside split. If you're looking for him, it's that bright black boat with the Sea-Doo insignia on it, boat number 116, and it is going to be a white flag, Mike, last lap.
Well, I'll tell you what. Everything you hear from us is unofficial up here. I'm seeing the white flag from the flag man, and you know what? I'm going to believe that.
There you go. Well, second place, Craig Warner. Ducat 3rd, Dearman 4th. Ducat taking the outside split.
This is guess what? We still got another moto of these guys coming up. This is only their second moto. These guys are racing again, folks. So a hotly contested race right here, this Pro-Am Runabout box stock. So less than a lap to go. Checkered flag getting ready to come out right now as Dustin Farthing makes the final turn. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, stand up, clap, and make some noise for the king. Dustin Farthing, 25-year veteran, 18-time world champion.
Craig Warner going to come into second place. Kawasaki factory rider. Multiple world champions underneath that man's hood as well and on his fireplace. And, man, I can't even tell you how many top 10 nationals, and I see what you're pointing at, Mike.
Yeah, I was just pointing out the camaraderie as these guys give each other a high five. They both used to race for Monster. Dustin's racing for Monster right now. Craig, he's racing for Wanrada.
Tim Ducat going to bring it in 3rd place.
Yeah, not too bad. Sea-Doo getting first and 3rd right there. Billy Dearman in the 4th spot, your current national champion and former national champion, the slugger Troy Snyder, ends up with a 5th.
And Dylan Osborne, the gentleman on that 247 boat that just moved up into Pro last year. Once again, back out here in Pro, that'll be your top 6, and we're going into race number 9. That's going to be Pro Ski Stock.
Boy, I'll tell you what, I got some great stories about Dylan Osborne. You know, I got the chance to speak with his mom yesterday, Don, and they were telling me how they put this Franken boat together. The boat, the engine in the boat that he's got, he actually got off of a friend that had a rental property, and someone had dragged the boat upside down. They had dragged the boat upside down, but the motor was still good. They got the motor to crank up, so they ended up buying a hull from California, having it shipped to Florida, put the motor from the boat that was dragged upside down in the. I'm telling you. Just absolutely nuts. So it's a full-on Franken boat.
That is a Franken boat.
I'm telling you. Pro-Am Ski Stock race number 9 is on the line right now, folks. And down on that line out of Apex, North Carolina, riding for Hurricane Racing, Amsoil Imagination Fabrication. Boat number 10 is Callaway Turner.
Out of Lake Havasu City, Arizona, sponsored by Monster Energy Drink, Mac Racing, Broward Motorsports, K1, Jet Trim, Jet Pilot, Jet Lift, ADA, and Liquid Militia. Boat number 13, that sounds familiar. That is the Mac Attack. Chris McCluggage aboard Slam and Sammy's boat.
I thought he was going to say Sammy Nemi. Oh my goodness, this kid moves up quick. Boat number 21C, he took a 4th in the first moto out of Burlington, Ontario, Canada. Riding for Dedicated Plastic Tanks, JetX, Steel Tech, Optimum, and Jet Trim, Dave Davidson.
Out of Clearwater, Florida, sponsored by Riva Racing, HydroTurf, Ross Products, and Team Screen. Boat number 22, Gage Schoenherr.
Boat number 41 comes to us from Fullerton, California. He rides for Mystic Lubricants, HydroTurf, Jet Pilot, DASA, Richter, Jet Renew, KMG Racing, TC Freeride, Liquid Militia, Scat Track, and Works. It's Gomer Mark Gomez.
Out of Miramar, Florida, sponsored by BMS, TMR, WSR, Exotic Signs, Hamilton, Weber, and Jet Tribe. It's Speedy David Cabrera on 51.
Riding for Sail Creek Power Sports out of Saudi Daisy, Tennessee is 85X, Dustin Higdon.
Out of Uzella, Georgia, sponsored by Rockwell Spy and ODI, boat number 182, Brock Harris.
And boat number 296 is Jimmy Wilson, coming to us out of Sanford, North Carolina, riding for Judge Motorsports. He took a 1st in the first moto. And again, he's on some OPP.
All right, looks like Brock Harris on that inside.
Yeah, it is Brock Harris on the inside. On the outside, looks like it might be Cabrera.
It is Speedy Cabrera.
And sneaking inside of Cabrera. Look out, Jimmy Wilson pushing him all the way to the tower.
That's also the Mac Attack in that mix as well, and it looks like it's going to be Brock Harris with the whole shot.
You know, Jimmy Wilson, with pushing him that far, actually opened the door for Gomez. Gomez gets passed by Wilson right now, though.
Yeah, it looks like, so it's going to be Brock Harris, McCluggage, and Wilson and Gomez going at it here.
Yellow flags are up. Got a rider down. Went down through the bubble right there. Not quite sure who that was. We'll see if we can't get a number for you here momentarily.
All right, again, your top 4. So Brock Harris in the lead, and it is Chris McCluggage second on board that number 13 boat.
Yeah, McCluggage opting to go to the inside as Harris goes to the outside. And here we come down the front straightaway. Harris going to have the drive once again out of Lizella, Georgia. Yellow flags are out right where they're coming right now, Dawn. And you got McCluggage and Wilson. Wilson going to try to sneak inside of McCluggage. McCluggage not leaving the door open for Wilson.
No, in fact, he left a hole instead off of that yellow buoy. So again, Wilson third. You've got Cabrera back and fourth, and right now Cabrera and Mark Gomez battling out. Gomez fifth.
Well, Gomez had a good hole shot, but this guy's a freestyler. Let's face it. He's working his way backwards.
I was just waiting for the
hey,
signature barrel roll.
Yeah, you know that exactly. You know, Dawn and I, for those of you folks that don't know, we get to do the Blowsion Surfslam out in Pacific City, Oregon every year, and they have a moto surf event, which is a closed course event for these ski riders. And Mark Gomez, boat number 41, actually did a backflip in the middle of the race. Very reminiscent of something you'd see Travis Pastrana doing.
Oh, my gosh. Yeah, I have to say, we were sitting there announcing, and Mike and I both went, did you just see that?
That just happened.
Yeah, it did. All right, again, a great hole shot for Brock Harris coming from that inside, able to hold on to it. Got McCluggage hunting him right now on borrowed property. Jimmy Wilson still up at third. Cabrera fourth. Gomez, what gentleman we had just been talking about. You'll see him a little bit later in Pro Freestyle as well in fifth.
Yeah, he's a good cat. I like him.
Callaway Turner, boat number 10 in sixth.
Hey, by the way, speaking of 10, we need race number 10, Don, coming up to the line right now. Once again, race number 10, we need you to the line. That is our Sport GP class. Sport GP, please report to the starting line. By the way, amateur and pro freestyle will be event number 13. Event number 13. So, again, we got Sport GP coming up next. Freestylers, we're asking, you're after race number 12. You're after race number 12, freestylers.
Oh, nice setup from Chris McCluggage on that front stretch. He had actually ducked right underneath Brock Harris trying to gain some time. Now, again, Horsepower, not so much your friend in the stock boats. Give these boats very limited on what they're able to do. Not too much, in fact, at all under the hood to change the horsepower. So every little piece of move that you make out there is going to make a difference for you. And these guys are having to really make everything count for them. It's interesting, too, right in a stop. Oh, speak of that.
Yeah, Harris goes down up there during the dog leg, top right-hand side of the track, and he's going to lose 2 spots as McCluggage and Wilson are both able to get by.
Yeah, and I meant Little Mood. When you go down, that's a big one.
Yeah, tough break there for Brock Harris, man, to have the lead. But, you know, when you got Chris McCluggage and Jimmy Wilson knocking at your back door, you normally open it. And he did. He's just doing the neighborly thing.
Yeah.
Hey, by the way, don't forget, we've got our Pro Watercross Tour merchandise booth. Pro Watercross Tour merchandise booth located right here to the right-hand side of the Tower of Power. But I'll tell you what, you guys want to go VIP? Yeah, you know me. Who wants to go VIP out there? $20. They're going to give you a sandwich, and they're going to give you all the Avita beer you can drink over there at Casino Beach Bar and Grill. Again, that's located just to the right-hand side of the tower. Just look for the big beer bottle there by the pier. You'll find it. Walk back behind that $20 holla. Oh, by the way, Dawn, I also found out over there in that VIP booth that they're giving away free T-shirts. They're giving away koozies. And they've got the 2015 DVDs over there. So, hey, man, I'll tell you what. I'll be right back.
I know. I'm surprised you didn't already run over there.
I was going to say, you mind giving me a break?
Nah, never mind giving you a break. But speaking of breaks, this gentleman not taking any yet. That's your current race leader aboard the Bard property is Sammy Nemi. That little number 13 is one of the junior riders' boats, but that ain't no junior on it right now. Chris McCluggage leading your Pro-Am ski stock class, and we are halfway. Jimmy Wilson in second. It's going to be Brock Harris in third.
Jimmy Wilson also on a junior rider's boat.
Yeah, right? Maybe they know something we don't know.
I was going to say, what's wrong with this pitcher?
I don't know. All right, Brock Harris third. David Cabrera aboard that 51 in fourth. Mark Gomez in fifth. Man, what a story about David Cabrera. Gentleman that has been on. Now, he did your tour for quite a few years as well.
Oh, yeah.
How many years has he been racing?
He's probably been racing close to 2 decades.
Gentleman that we actually thought would not ever get back into racing. Had a pretty nasty injury. To rehab that after a year or so. And just talking to him, he said, you know, it was interesting that some of the things that he had done for rehab really helped him out. I'm really impressed that he is able to not just rehab, but come back and be such a strong competitor.
Yeah, I believe it was about 3 years ago at Lake Hartwell, Georgia. He got his leg crushed and had to have pins in it and like some reconstructive surgery. All kind of. I'll just tell you this: he can't go through an airport with me.
No. Well, nobody.
Because he's going to get pulled over.
That's true. All right, again, your race leaders on the right-hand side of the track. That is Chris McCluggage. And Jimmy Wilson, Brock Harris, your top three. David Cabrera, the gentleman we were talking about, boat number 51. Gomez still trying to reel in Cabrera. That's your fifth-place spot. And Callaway Turner up in sixth, gentleman, sponsored by Hurricane Racing. Gage Schoenherr, boat number 22.
Don, we got about 5 minutes to go here in this one. Sport GP, we need you to the starting line. Sport GP, we need you to the starting line. Well, you know, I'll tell you what, I love seeing Brock Harris grab that hole shot, you know. He's I wouldn't really call him an underdog, but I would call him somebody that just like, wow, man, hey, I got the hole shot. Uh-oh, I got Chris McCluggage in my back tray. So, unfortunately, he went from first to third that quick. Great kid from Lizella, Georgia, been racing a long time. I can remember when his dad, Ben, used to race back in the 90s. Chris McCluggage is your race leader, and he's working his way through the outside split, left-hand side of the track as we view it here from the Hidden Trail Sea-Doo Tower of Power presented by Jetlift. And here comes your race leader, the Mac Attack, Chris McCluggage. About 3 minutes left to go, which means he's got about 4 laps left to go. Jimmy Wilson still hanging tough there in second place, riding a home skillet boat.
Hey, Mikey, guess what I'm doing?
Hey, what you doing now?
I'm making new friends.
Are you giving away some squatch?
I might be, yes, sir.
Oh, man, I think everybody got squatched out from yesterday.
Don't you be squatching my fun.
Hey, watch out, you got the Wolfman coming behind you. Wolfman says, I need some squatch.
You scared me. Here, you guys get some squatch. This is awesome.
Yes.
2 for 1 special, okay.
Special thanks to Jack Links.
No extra charge.
Proud sponsor.
Thank you guys so much for hanging out with us, watching the races today. What's your name, sir?
Mike.
And Mike, what's this beautiful woman's name? Very nice to have you, Garrett. Where are you from? You're right here from Pensacola? How big's your house? Is it the big? Because I just wondered, because Mike and I needed a place to stay this next week. Right? Our prize, I don't think we'd ever leave. That would be the challenge. Did you want some Jack Leaks? Oh my goodness, too much fun. No? You look kind of quiet today, sir. How are you doing? Here you go, sir. You are very welcome. What's your name? Man, you walk like I do in the sand. What's your name?
Hiccup.
What? Hiccup? Jacob sounds like Hiccup. There you go. Jacob, you look awesome. You look a little bit like Mike Young. In fact, that is Mike Young's hat. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle.
I believe so.
So we have Spider-Man down here. I am running out. All right, I got just a little bit more here. You're very welcome. There you go. You guys want some? All right, that's going to do it, I think. Thank you so much, Mike Young. Back to you in the tower.
All right, well, the Mac Attack, he's got less than a minute left, so he's probably going to get the white flag next time around. You can find him top right-hand side of the track right now, working through the dog leg. Chris McCluggage, once again out of Lake Havasu City, Arizona, by way of Naples, Florida, riding for Monster Energy, Mac Racing, Broward Motorsports, K1, Jet Trim, Jet Pilot, Jet Lift 88, and Liquid Militia. He is your leader. And Don Dawson, I heard a nasty rumor that Chris is actually moving back to Florida.
That's what I heard. Actually, you were the one that told me that.
Yeah, how about that? So I know with Florida, we'll welcome him back. For those of you folks that don't know Chris McCluggage, boat number 13, bottom left-hand side of the track, now coming down the front straightaway. He'll collect the white flag. One of the most winningest jet ski racers of all time. Been racing, I believe, since about 1986, 85, 86 he started racing, which would have made him about 12. Pro Sport GP, rather, is coming to the line. McCluggage still followed by Wilson. Wilson about half lap off the pace right now. Brock Harris still in that third place position. And by the way, I'd like to give a big shout out to Rob Flores, Rob Greenwald, Mike Bartolomeo, and some of the other the circle members that weren't able to make it. I know that we're going to see some of them guys out on the West Coast. As we'll leave here, we'll regroup and reconvene in Reno, Sparks, Nevada, ladies and gentlemen. Reno, Sparks, Nevada. That's going to be coming up, I believe, June 16th, 17th. Then from there, we're going down to St. George, Utah. We invite everybody to jump on a plane, meet us out there. Again, special thanks to the Wrong Brothers Aviation. You know, you heard of the Wright brothers. It's funny, they're the Wrong Brothers. The Wrong Brothers Aviation is actually taking care of this. The Mac Attack taking the checkered flag here in the Pro Stock class. Jimmy Wilson will take second. So for those of you who may be listening in at home, didn't see it yesterday, Mac is going 2-1 right now. Wilson with a 1-2. And Brock Harris with a 7-3. Mark Gomez, you can hear Mark Gomez screaming as he came through the checkered flag up here at the tower. That kid's just excited.
He's excited to be here. It's first time for him to do the national tour. Very cool. And we really appreciate him being a part of this national tour with us this year. Gentleman that normally does the IFWA caught up with him yesterday. I was like, are you going to be able to do that tour as well? And he said, you know, funny you should ask, leaving for Portugal next week.
Oh, my.
Looks like are we looking for holders? I think everybody's ready to go. All right, we're on to race number 10 out of Ludington, Michigan. He is sponsored by Team Faith, Fly Racing, WPS, Pirelli, KTM, Jetlift, Pro Watercraft Racing, Amsoil, Jet Dynamic, M&M Marine, Sunstar, Tubeless, and Liquid Performance. Boat number 1W, Kelly Smith.
You know what the W stands for?
I'm winning.
World.
You're so awesome.
That's right. On the deuce, Lanesville, Georgia. Riding from McCallum Hauling, Central Georgia Power Sports, and Bassett Racing. The deuce, Cody McCallum.
He's from Cooper City, Florida, sponsored by Broward Motorsports, Judge Motorsports, Exotic Signs, Shoei, Jet Pilot, Hamilton's, ISAW, Jetlift, and Thrust Innovations. Boat number 13, Sam Nemi.
Boat number 14 comes to us from Naples, Florida. Riding for Weight Shape and Performance, Broward Motorsports, Exotic Signs, Am Hamilton's Customs, KD, Keith Dill.
Out of Poughkeepsie, New York, sponsored by Riva, Z-Force, HydroTurf, Finish Line, Smoke and Pony, Boothke's Barbecue, and Hilltop Towing. 24 of Morgan Beers.
Boat number 31 is his brother, William Beers.
I wasn't expecting that. You're right. You went really fast. Out of Mims, Florida, Rascal. Sponsored by Trinity, Jet Pilot, HydroTurf, and Novi. Boat number 72, Johnny Smith.
Boat number 77. He battled with Johnny Smith all day yesterday out of Osteen, Florida, riding for Optimal Racing. Glenn Young. Great to see Glenn back out here on the national tour.
Out of Biloxi, Mississippi, sponsored by Performance, Jet Ski, Cycle, Fly Racing, IPD, and Ross. Boat number 85, Jules Hopkins.
As well as Reno Racing and Extreme Flowers, Kyle Hayes. Will be on 907 out of Burlington, Ontario, Canada, and 910 Jeff McPhail out of Cumming, Georgia.
Man, I tell you what, I would not have wanted to line up on that inside split. You had Billy Dearman. It looks like Johnny Smith as well on the inside, side by side. It's going to be Dearman with the whole shot from the inside split. Sam Nemi on the outside, Mike, and that is how it's going to shape up for this front stretch.
Boy, I'll tell you what, Sam Nemi, this kid is on fire. Somebody get out the extinguisher.
And he's already taken one win in sports stock today. After two of the wins yesterday, it's going to be Nemi, Dearman, and Kelly Smith, your top three.
Yeah, Kelly Smith followed by Bazan back there in the fourth place. But here comes Johnny Smith. Johnny Smith just slashes into fourth place.
You know what, Mike? You were the one that had told me about Johnny Smith. And the first time I'd actually seen him race was on this national tour, and unbelievably impressed with the skills of this guy, and a gentleman that had also been on your tour, I believe.
Yeah, you know, Johnny's been riding for a long time, but he's one of those quiet guys that you don't really notice. You know, he's the most laid-back, coolest guy on the beach. His father, actually, Smitty, used to be our tech guy on the IJSBA National Tour way back in the day.
Well, I'll tell you what, he may be quiet off the course, but this guy is a rocket and a beast on the track. You saw that yesterday, definitely battling an out with Glenn Young. So much fun to watch him. Hit the podium last weekend, back in third place. Let's see if he's able to turn it into a higher score today.
Well, you know, I'll tell you what, he's on the new Trinity hole from Bobby over at Trinity. They call it the Apex. And you can see how he can just pick that boat up and set it down into turns. And you can see they're almost 3 wide going through the bubble there as he advances up into the fourth spot.
Yeah, and I tell you what, not only is he able to pick it up and set it down, but he's put it right in the back of Billy Dearman's tray, and that is who he's on the hunt with right now.
Moving into third, Johnny Smith on the move. Sam Nemi still in that first place position, rather top left-hand side of the track. And is that Kelly?
I do believe it is Kelly.
Kelly in second. Kelly Smith, last year's champion.
Yep.
In this class.
Well, and you know, it was fun last week watching these two. You had Kelly Smith and Sam Nemi in the moto for the Sport GP. That very first moto swapped positions 8 times, something Mike Young and I very rarely see, particularly in a pro class like this.
You know, I'll tell you, I love to see the lead changes as well. You know, what I like to do at my events is I actually put like an equalizer buoy out there. So at one lap during the race, you have to go way out and hit this. So it creates lead changes whether you want them or not. And you've got to actually be strategic on when you take that equalizer buoy.
You know, interesting you say that. That originally showed up on the Budweiser National Tour, and a lot of the regional racers picked that up, or regional promoters. We had to do that in a lot of the region races that we did around the country. I don't know if you guys are familiar with jet ski racing. The way it ran in the mid-'90s, you had a ton of promoters around the country, and it was all broke up in regions, and that's how you set up your races every year. So very interesting that you bring that up. I remember the equalizer.
The equalizer.
That was ugly, because if you forgot it, you were messed up. And if you did it too late in the race, sometimes that could cost you a championship.
Exactly. Well, the green flag is still flying, and Sam Nemi is still in the lead, followed by Kelly Smith, Johnny Smith, running 1, 2, and 3. Kelly Smith with a 4th place finish in the first moto. Sam Nemi finished in first, and taking a look down, Johnny Smith finished in second. Again, these guys still have one more moto to go.
Yeah, I was going to say, all the racers will be doing 3 motos, each one of the classes. I have to go through 3, and then we'll combine the overall score, just like we do in motocross. Lowest scores are going to be the ones that get you to the top of the podium.
We need race number 11, the Pro-Am Runabout GP class. Race number 11, Pro-Am Runabout GP class. Please report to the starting line. And don't want to have the opportunity, I'd like to say a big shout out, hello, and happy 40th birthday to Joe Rivard, who's listening in Gainesville, Georgia.
Happy birthday, Joe. All right, Sam Nemi coming from that outside split. Kelly Smith trying to gain a little ground, thinking maybe he could pick up some time running from the inside. I do think he got a little bit, not enough yet to put some pressure on Nemi. Meanwhile, Johnny Smith back in spoiler position in third. Bill Dearman looked like I had a lot of company behind him. He's in 4th. And Keith Dill actually moving into 5th as Bizon had to go back out and pick up the green buoy. And when they do that, you guys, typically what it means is that they miss a buoy out on the course. Instead of circling around to go pick up the buoy, we actually have picked up that buoy on the far left-hand side, and that is actually if you miss a buoy on the track. We just want to keep it safe out there so we don't make them trying to do spins out in the middle of the course.
Penalty buoy, exactly. All right, well, taking a look out, looks like your leader, Sam Nemi, on the inside split right now. Kelly Smith on the outside. Nemi dips down. He's got 2 back markers in front of him, and here they come down the front straightaway. Those back markers slow Sam Nemi down. Look out.
Yeah,
Kelly Smith, he's an arena cross champion, man. This guy will just plow right through.
Yeah, he has definitely gained a little time. On top of that, when Nemi came out of that inside split, Mike, his nose skimmed under the water just a little bit, costing some momentum. Kelly Smith now within 5 boats of him, both of them able to get around the lap traffic.
Yeah, they were able to get around the lap traffic, but let's see how they look down the back straightaway. Let's see if Kelly pulls on him at all. And it does, well, I'll tell you what. Yeah, Kelly pulling.
He did.
Yeah, Kelly pulling tough and tight. Only about 4 boat lengths behind your leader, Sam Nemi. And Sam going to the outside. Kelly Smith going to follow suit. This is where it gets interesting. I see you're already biting your nails over there, girl.
I am. Well, I tell you, I've seen these guys before, and once Kelly Smith gets into strike position, it's going to get very rowdy here. All right, Kelly Smith skimmed the nose coming from that outside split on that final turn. That cost him about a boat length.
So, again, you got another lapper in front of him, bottom right-hand side of the track. That's where you'll find your leader, Sam Nemi, Kelly Smith, and Johnny Smith able to sneak back up into it. And I know what Johnny's thinking. These two are going to take each other out. I'm just going to go by.
That's right, because you guys just keep going at it. I'm just going to sneak here and get a broom out.
Hey, I'll be collecting my paycheck, and you guys can still hang out and bump fiberglass.
That's right. Yeah, very interesting. It looks like Nemi right on that 3rd buoy before he comes to the MasterCard buoy has to chop a little speed He's doing that, I think, to stay tight on the buoy so that Kelly can't sneak underneath him. But, man, Kelly's gaining momentum. Oh, now this is interesting, Mike.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting. Nemi goes to the inside. Kelly Smith to the outside. Smith with a lapper in front of him goes a little wide on that first red. Johnny Smith right there ready to take advantage.
Oh!
Great racing out here in the Sport GP class.
Oh, it's outstanding. I tell you, you're right. Johnny Smith just holding out, working his lines back there behind the top two riders. And look at Johnny Smith already seeing Kelly getting in a little bit of trouble. Johnny blowing that wide, and then Johnny spins.
Look at, and you can see Johnny. You can see the body language. I would go down to the helmet cam, but I'm sure that is rated R.
No. That's why we don't have them. All right, Johnny actually was in the strike distance of Kelly Smith and had a little bit of cavitation, caused that boat to spin around. If you guys realize when you're watching jet ski racing or watercross, underneath the boat, these guys have an intake rate. The water's actually pulled in from underneath the boat and it is pushed out the back. And then they've got a lot of modifications to the side of these boats to help them stick in the water. But despite all of that work that they do, if you get back in that white water, they lose that stability, and it's pretty easy for them to spin out. Mike?
Well, I'll tell you what. I just seen Scott Hike hold up 4 fingers, which means there's about 4 minutes left, which to us signifies there's about 5 laps left. That's pretty much been par for the course so far this weekend.
So as I look back down on the track, looks like Sam Nemi's opened up about a 12-second, 13-second lead between second place Kelly Smith. Meanwhile, Johnny Smith, no relation, by the way. That's what's interesting about the two competitors out here. They're not even related, but both with the same last name. Both with the same love of getting a podium.
Right, yeah, brothers from another mother.
That's right. I love you, man.
Here we go into the split. Nemi going to follow the lap traffic. And again, that outside split has been a favorite. You know, we've been talking about, they've adjusted the inside many times. And everybody's still going to that outside. Nobody trying to find any clean water, and it's nothing but clean on that inside.
Yeah, some of that, too, is not necessarily the inside might be faster, but once you get your groove on that outside split, if you feel like you can hold the throttle on harder and you can stay at a bigger velocity going into those turns, they'll still continue to take that outside, even if they feel like the inside is a little faster. One of the reasons is the inside with those tight turns also gets these mirrored waves in there, and it can be a little bit rougher for him. And as you know, hookup is all about getting to the top of the lineup.
You got that right.
All right, look a little bit further back. Look like Dearman back and forth. Biza on 5th, Keith Dillon 6th.
So Sam Nemi going to the inside. Kelly Smith is on the outside. They're going to come out about the same time. Still got a lapper right in front of him. And Smith has gained a lot of ground. Here we go. He's going to have the drive on the outside.
So Smith gained a lot of momentum on that, but now he's got to contend with the lap rider. Thus, so does Sammy Nemi. Sammy gets around him. Smith found another water snake right off of that yellow buoy. Dunked it front of that nose and just skimmed it once again.
But I'll tell you what, Kelly Smith better watch out because Johnny Smith's right there and ready to take advantage. Johnny Smith, once again, out of Mims, Florida, riding for Trinity Composites. Got the apex hull, and he's trying to work an inside-outside move on the lapper right there. He'll get past the lapper, but I think that lapper did slow him up just a little bit.
I think so, too. He's about probably about 15 boats behind Kelly Smith at the moment. But I have to say, Johnny will not take any time at all getting back up there, putting the pressure on him. And that's another thing that these guys do so well, is they're all such great competitors. Every one of those top 3 riders over 10 years of racing experience, either in boats or in motocross or arena cross. But also the fact that they play strategy with each other.
Well, I'm seeing less than 1 minute to go, so next time around should be the white flag. Again, got some lap traffic in front of your leader, Nemi. Everybody's starting to get bunched up. Bottom right-hand side of the track, folks. That's where we're watching the race.
Speaking of the last couple of laps, I need to have Pro-Am Runabout GP on the line, please. Pro-Am Runabout GP, I need to have you down the line.
Sam Nemi behind Jeff McPhail right now, and Jeff about ready to go a lap down as Nemi goes side by side, bond rail to bond rail.
Who's off their boat? Is that Johnny,
That's
Mike?
Johnny Smith. Tough break for Johnny Smith. Goes off his boat with about a lap and a half to go. Course Marshal's going over to rescue. And 4th place is just now on the front straightaway, so he may be able to retain his placement.
Just going to depend on how fast they can get him back to the boat. He was separated about, I don't know, almost 100 feet or more. Johnny back to the boat. Now, as Mike has told you before, it's really hard to get back aboard those things. Not easy to do it to start from deep water.
Meanwhile, the white flag comes out for Sam Nemi. Kelly Smith down the front straightaway. And Johnny Smith still hitting the reboot button. Bill Dearman able to get by, as is Keith Dill. Tough break for Johnny Smith, who's rode so well today.
Yeah, he had a fantastic ride, and that really is a tough time. And now you got to get out of your head. We got the white flag out. He's got to see if he can get around these other two riders and maintain that third place spot.
Well, I'll tell you what, he's a tough competitor. You can see him working right to left down the back straightaway, coming around the sweeper right now as he did hit that reboot button. I think he's in about 7th position now. Again, took a second in the first moto. White flag is flying, and less than a lap to go for your leaders.
So unofficially, it's going to be Sam Nebe, Kelly Smith, Andrew Bezan, Billy Dearman, Keith Dill, and Johnny Smith. And checker flag.
How about it, ladies and gentlemen? Put your hands together for Sam Nemi taking the win, followed in by Kelly Smith in 2nd place, riding for Team Faith. And 3rd place, well, I believe Dearman actually moved up into 3rd place.
I think it might have been Bezan, because Bezan and Dearman were going at it unofficially, though.
Yeah, I'm positive, but I don't know. I was able to get back up. Unofficially, Bezan looks like he's going to be in that 4th place position. Andrew Bezan, boat number 907 out of Burlington, Ontario, Canada, coming through now. And Billy Dearman will be in the 5th spot. Boat number 1, Johnny Smith in 6th. And Keith Dill in 7th.
Yeah, so he'd already moved up one. If he just had a little bit more time, might have been able to get back in that 3rd place spot. As it is, we need to have Pro and Runabout GP on the line.
He probably was on the lead lap. I knew that he was moving.
You know, one of the great things about doing the Pro Watercross National Tour is all of the cool places that you can hang out while you're watching the races, and this by far is one of the best. This is the Casino Beach Bar and Grill right in Pensacola Beach. Some of the best food, best hamburgers, Pensacola Brewery, all kinds of great beers.
I love the beach. I love the water. You can surf here. You can paddleboard here. You can do anything here. It's a great place to be.
All right, I'm here with JK. So tell me about this bar.
Well, it's awesome. It has the best view on the beach, and we have the best drinks.
In your opinion, 1 to 10, what are you thinking?
12.
Nuh-uh, for sure?
I'd say so.
All right, deal. I'm going to make you call on that one. Bam. What is the drink to order? What's the best drink?
In here, in Pensacola, I would say our margarita is awesome. And a painkiller because it has a lot of alcohol.
You are going to love hanging out here. And the greatest thing of all is it has the best seats in the house as far as seating the races. Come to the Casino Beach and Bar in between all the hot racing you're watching.
Grab and go with Jet Renew Essential Packs. Our packs are universal for all your watercraft and motorsports needs. Contains purple wash and wax, pink plus, and protector.
Yeah, Yeah, here we are at Jet Renew right here at the World Finals. What's up, dog? What's up? Surf Rat in the house, yeah. Get your Jet Renew while it's hot.
Made in America, Jet Renew products. We are the leaders in the marine and motorsports industry. Get yours today at jetrenew.com.
For the price, it's great.
Awesome. All right, Shay, thank you, ton. I'll let you get back to work because I know you're going to sell out.
Oh, yeah.
All right, thank you again. Tell Brian hi for us.
All right, folks, here we go. Pro-Am Runabout GP. Craig Warner on boat number 1. Cameron Frame, boat number 2. Boat number 4 is Arminio Iantosca. Boat number 5, Brian Baldwin. 21 is Trey Frame. The 116 is the King, Dustin Farthing. 149, Tim Ducat. 247, Dylan Osborne. Here we come down the front straightaway. Iantosca on the inside. Baldwin on the outside. And it is going to be Baldwin, followed by Iantosca. Farthing, 1, 2, 3. Ducat in the 4th spot, followed by Osborne in 5th. So that's the way we stack up, 1 through 5 right now. Great hole shot there by Brian Baldwin out of Catawba, North Carolina. He's on a factory Yamaha, sponsored by Fly Jet Lift, Champion Power Sports, and Dean's team. Once again, folks, you're watching race number 11. This is the Pro-Am Runabout GP class, and Craig Warner, it looks like he's got a boat with issues. Tough break there for Warner. As you see him kind of idling down the front straightaway. Baldwin, Iantosca coming from the outside, and Farthing having to hit that penalty buoy. Must have clipped the buoy there. And he said rather be safe than sorry. So Farthing goes and picks that up. Doesn't lose the position, though. Ducat's still in the 4th spot. Dylan Osborne in the 5th spot. As we are underway with race number 11, race number 12. We're going to need you down to the starting line. That's the Pro-Am Ski GP.
Hey, Mikey.
Hey, what you doing?
Hey, you know what? I snuck into the VIP tent.
Oh, you did?
I did.
Hey, what's going on down there in the VIP tent?
Well, I'll tell you what's going on down here in the VIP tent. There are a lot of VIPs, kind of like the one standing next to me right here. Well, actually, we're sitting. I wasn't going to tell you that, but we are.
All right.
It's Teresa down here from Pensacola Motorsports, and I tell you what, you do not want to leave the beach and definitely have another 48 hours pass, right? Because you're open on Tuesday, I heard.
Correct.
Before I come by to Pensacola Motorsports and find out what kind of cool stuff you got. So fill me in, Teresa. What kind of neat stuff's happening?
Well, of course, we've got jet skis, motorcycles, ATVs, side-by-sides, scooters, and we've even got a few electric bicycles.
Of course you do. What else do you have?
Well, we have the largest service and showroom in the Panhandle. We've got some great technicians, great salespeople. Everyone's real friendly. We enjoy everyone we meet there at the showroom.
Now, is it true Mike told me that there was a 10% discount if you went in and dropped his name?
Absolutely.
What?
Just for knowing Mike, you know.
I think that's only fair.
That's my girl.
All right, so is it a 12% discount if you mention Don Dawson's name, or are you just going to up 25%?
You know what? We'll see what we can do. You mentioned Don. We'll hook you up.
Oh, that's right. There you go. Well, at least the family discount would be like, retail plus another 30.
That's right.
All right, you guys, again, we're just playing with you. All the great pricing and fantastic products at Pensacola Motorsports. Teresa, I just also wanted to say a very special thank you so much for sponsoring that corporate challenge on Friday. That was so much fun.
Oh, yeah, we had a great time. And if anybody who didn't check it out this year, be sure to show up next year because it was a great time. We had a lot of businesses out here on the beach battling for those trophies. We had a real good time.
On behalf of all the fans, by the way, down in Pensacola, I also want to thank you so much for all the free swag that you've been giving out.
No problem. We enjoy hooking you guys up.
All right, back to you, Mike, in the tower.
All right, Farthing starting to apply the pressure right now to Ian Tosca down the front straightaway. Boat number 4 in that second place position. And look at Farthing all over Ian Tosca like a cheap suit, baby. Bad rash syndrome. Over here on the right-hand side of the track, green flag flying. And with them two battling out for second place, that's actually given Brian Baldwin a little room to move or breathe. Mark Gomez hanging out up here on the tower, man, pimping all these this HydroTurf stuff. Good stuff, man. Mark, tell us what's new at HydroTurf.
You know what? Not too much is really new. Just still making some of the best traction EVA products on a lot of these guys' skis. We've got all our HT Premier line of our seat covers. They're doing really well. We've got we cover everything from the recreational line to the freestyle market. It's huge because we offer our custom sheets of all the different colors, cuts. So you can really you can put this on any application. I mean, one of the big campaigns I'm starting to work on is what can't you use HydroTurf on?
I'll tell you, and I feel the same way. HydroTurf actually a presenting sponsor of our tour with the Surf and Turf deal. And let me tell you this, what's really cool is Arno gave us a bunch of rolls of HydroTurf, and the launch pad for the Hydro Drags now going to be HydroTurfed out, man. Going to be big pimping.
Oh, yeah. No, I'm excited, working with Arno and kind of helping them with the social media and promotion line. It's great to see you doing your tour and all the promotion with it. I mean, it was a tongue twister when it got presented. I'm not even going to make a guess at it right now. I mean, how do you say that again? It's HydroTurf.
HydroTurf Surf and Turf Championships.
Oh, okay. I thought there was a few more surf and turfs in there, but yeah. No, it's great, and HydroTurf's proud to be a presenting sponsor, or be a sponsor here at the event. Support all the athletes here. It's really great. We just love, it's a great product, and it supports the industry, and that's what it's all about. Is keeping the love within the industry.
Well, I'll tell you what, man, they got a really great racer rep. See, you didn't know what to say to that, right? Because I threw it right back at you. Don, I'm messing with him. You know how it goes up here on the Tower of Power. We're all a little bit left-handed.
I actually am left-handed. Wait.
I knew it.
See?
As long as you don't vote for Clinton, we're cool.
Oh. You actually did go there.
He did go there. He talked politics on the beach.
You said you'd never do that. All right, race number 12, that's going to be Pro-Am Ski GP. You guys need to put your trays in the upright and lock position, as Mike likes to say, because the big dogs of the ski class are coming to the line. 5 laps left to go, Mike, on this race.
Yeah, it looks like they got about 5 minutes left to go. That's what they're telling the leaders right now. Brian Baldwin, who, is that Farthing that's off his boat?
Oh,
what? Is that Farthing that's off his boat? I haven't seen Dustin off of his boat in 20 years.
Not in a race, no.
Wow. He's getting up, and I think he still may maintain position here. If he gets up pretty quick. I think he does, yeah. Maintains.
Just barely.
Maintains a third place position. Now remember, he got a first in the first moto, and they still have one more moto to go here in the Pro-Am Runabout GP class.
All right, so Dustin Farthing jumping ahead just ahead of Tim Ducat, able to stay on that same lap. And, yeah, Brian's athlete, we were just talking about that, has lapped up through 4th place.
Ian Tosca is sitting right back there in that second place position with Farthing in third. Farthing, third place, is actually working their way down the back straightaway as we view it here from the Hidden Trail Sea-Doo Tower of Power, presented by JetLift.
Again, next race need to have on the line, Pro-Am Ski GP. This announcement brought to you by, you know what? Our prop of the official tour. That would be Solus. Also, a special shout out to JetLift. Apparently, they are already running low on product back there. So if you guys want to get one of those telescoping scissor lifts or one of the totes, they still got the pink tote that I had my eye on. Unfortunately, I can't fit that in my carry-on.
They got those killer pink hats as well.
Oh, man, those are awesome.
Hey, by the way, we need our freestyle judges. Our freestyle judges, please report to the announcing tower. Freestyle judges, please report to the announcing tower.
We could just use the same judges we had last time.
I was hoping.
Dylan Osborne.
Who's out there right now?
Bill Haig.
Bill Haig,
And
yes.
I know people, so I'm pretty sure I could grab Scott Hike.
And Scott Hike.
Okay.
Perfect.
I'd have Mark Gomez be a freestyle judge, except he's in freestyle.
He's actually in freestyle, yeah. He's actually doing something.
You'd be like, man, I did so good. I'm going to give myself a 9.9. He's like, no way, man. He's way too humble for that anyway. He'd be his own worst critic. You know that.
You know, everybody, I think, especially with this crowd, is their own worst critic,
Yeah.
We've got a lot of alphas in this crowd.
A lot of alphas. It takes that kind of mentality, I think, to be a competitive racer. All right, King D just dropping into the front stretch, able to maintain his position on the track, which the unusual position of not being in the lead. Gentlemen that run that first moto.
But this would be the first moto that he lost this season.
Yeah.
If he loses this moto. He's went 7 for 7, actually 8 for 8 so far.
8 for 8, yeah.
When you include the box stock class as well as the GP class. So Brian Baldwin on the Yamaha is your leader, top left-hand side of the track. That's where you'll find him. Black and yellow boat trimmed in white. As he works the outside split, I believe he's going to be getting the white flag this time around. And there we go. You see Scott Hike, our flagman, pointing right at him. The white flag is out. And as Thumper, as my good friend Thumper from England would say, the white flag of surrender. Which we always called it, the white flag. That means
hallelujah.
That's the last thing you're going to do is surrender.
That's right. It's a hallelujah flag. I still got an opportunity to get you.
Exactly. Now it's go time.
Right. Yeah, anybody that's ever raced before, that's definitely not the white flag. I would never surrender on that. I'll surrender on the checkered flag. That's a race mentality.
Right. Exactly. Catch me later at Flounders.
Yeah, I might surrender then.
All right, here comes Baldwin. 2 more buoys to negotiate before this deal, ladies and gentlemen, is in the books. And here he comes, working left to right. How about a nice round of applause for the tweaker, Brian Baldwin, out of Catawba, North Carolina, riding for Champion Power Sports Dean's team. And, of course, Factory Yamaha.
Pro-Am Ski GP up on the line. Pro-Am Ski GP on the line. I see we've got Ray Palmer up in the house. Great to have you with us this afternoon, sir. Yeah,
Thrilled to be here.
Really great to have you here. I know that it takes a lot of effort and a lot of work with you guys to have us out and join you at Pensacola, but I just on behalf of all of us for the Hidden Trails Sea-Doo Pro Watercross National Tour brought to you by Jetlift. Thank you for all you have done for us.
Well, it's a real pleasure to have you here on behalf of Pensacola Sports and all of the tourism industry in Pensacola and Northwest Florida and Escambia County. We love having you. What y'all do is way harder than what we do, but actually what God's done here with the venue is pretty nice.
See, Mike, he says y'all too.
Is there another way to pronounce that?
I didn't think so, but I'm from Texas, so that's the only way that I know how to say you guys is to say y'all. I'm here with Ray Palmer. Gentleman is so very instrumental, Pensacola Sports Authority, and you guys, there's a lot of work done between Escambia County and Pensacola and the Sports Authority. You guys pull out a ton of different events every year. We are just some of the things that you bring to this beautiful location, right?
Absolutely. We have a year-round calendar of events, and it includes everything from these young extreme sports athletes to this weekend. We also have 85-plus-year-old softball players from around the country playing senior softball in town. So if it's got something to do with sports tourism, we got it.
You just make sure that you're never bored on a weekend. I see how this is going.
Yeah, I know. It's a tough duty. Somebody's got to be out here on the beach making sure these guys are doing all right.
Also great to see you at the Corporate Challenge, and I know you helped us out a ton with that. I want to see more teams next year. These guys are very competitive, and Innisfree got second.
Yeah, the industry guys. I think they were, taking it easy. The commissioner was in town. He was in there. He was racing. And the commissioner knows a little bit his way around one of these boats. And thank you, boats. And so he showed off his skill set. But yeah, Innisfree came in second. But that's what it is. And I was banned due to my performance last year. My wife told me I was not to get near one of them. And I won't use the language she used, but it was pretty explicit. I'm not to ride another one. So, but it was great fun, and what she doesn't know won't hurt her.
There you go. All right, we're going back out to the action. This is Pro-Am Ski GP on the line. Ray Palmer, thank you so much, sir.
Always a pleasure.
All right, Pro-Am Ski GP just taking off. Dustin Montzuris on the inside. And it looks like the Mac Attack coming from the outside. It's going to be a call for Dustin Montzuris for the whole shot. Mac Attack in second. Brock Austin third. David Rediger in fourth. Jimmy Wilson has to get it out for spin. And Redinger going down and getting pushed wide off of that final turn. It's going to be Tyron Montzuris moving into the top 5. And actually, the Mac Attack takes over on the lead from that right-hand side. It was Montzuris that got pushed wide. So the Mac Attack, your new leader. The gentleman that, by the way, had to finish the first moto yesterday with no hood. Ended up in 9th place. Well, he is going to have to do some work these next 2 rounds. It's Brock Austin in second, Dustin Montzuris in third, Tyron Montzuris in fourth, Pete Zernick in 5th, Dave Rediger in 6th, Bill Haig in 7th, Zach Spring in 8th, Jimmy Wilson in 9th. Jimmy yesterday with the first moto win, got a lot of work to do to catch up. Meanwhile, the Mac Attack, who finished 9th yesterday, man, it's going to be an interesting math coming into this one if Chris McCluggage holds on to this. Gentleman who has over 20 titles to his name, world titles and national titles. Got the big monster insignia on the front of that boat. One of the most winning racers in the world. He's sponsored by Monster Energy, Mac Racing, Broward Motorsports. Brock Austin in second, taking a tour win last year. And made his way to the podium multiple times last year. Dustin Montzuris right behind him. Dustin and his brother Tyron Montzuris, both from South Africa. Dustin's actually moved over to the United States, teamed up with Steve Webster at Commander Industries, and they have put together a formidable team. So formidable, in fact, that even Chris McCluggage is aboard one of the K1 boats. Gentleman currently in the lead. You're watching Pro-Am Ski GP. It's going to be our second moto. I need to have race number 13 start making your way down the line. Actually, race number 13 is going to be freestyle. They don't have to go anyway. They are at the line. Montzuris has moved up into second place. McCluggage still leading. Tyron third, and Austin, who had gone down, back in fourth, and now Rediger has got Austin in his gun sights. You've got Team Commander in second, third, and fifth at the moment. Bill Hagen sixth. Wilson has moved up into seventh. Zernick in eighth. Boat number 21, Zach Spring, ninth. You are watching the Pro-Am Ski GP class, some of the fastest riders. Now, how fast do these stand-ups go? Well, if you are, by the way, if you're looking for the race leader, he's on the right-hand side. Just came off of that yellow buoy, that little dog leg turn off of the front stretch, a very technical turn. A lot trickier than it looks because you have to set that thing up just right. You can't leave it too wide open there. If you do, one of those guys can very easily come in and just push you right off of the turn. But you can't go too tight into it because if you go too tight, you're having to scrub too much speed. So much deceptive look for that start and definitely for that area of the track. Again, these boats going over 70 miles an hour. First started in racing, this stand-up class was actually, we were pretty darn lucky to get them in at 40. All excited in the mid-90s if we had them going over 50, 52 miles an hour, and now we're all the way up to 70 plus. Some of that is because of the innovations of the four-stroke that have been a great part of our industry. And one of the four-strokes that we're talking about is the very first four-stroke to actually make it into the stand-up, and that would be the Hydrospace. You're going to see a lot of aftermarket hulls now, as they don't even really manufacture these hulls. For most of the manufacturers anymore have stopped that, including Kawasaki. The last big innovation from Kawasaki was the SXR 800, the Kawasaki 800. All right, Jimmy Wilson continuing to wank his way through this pack. Gentleman that won the first moto, if you're looking for him, he is on the right-hand side of the track, hunting down Bill Haig. Gentleman is the flying tennis ball, what we call him. You can tell Bill anywhere out of the tracks. He's got that bright yellow helmet and the bright yellow and gray ski. Meanwhile, gentleman leading the race just came out of the outside split. That's Chris McCluggage. And Chris followed by this gentleman on the number 1 boat, and that's Dustin Matsouras, and then right behind him, Tyron Matsouras. In 4th, Brock Austin aboard that bright orange boat. In 5th, it's David Rediger with the big number 3 on the side. And then if you look back just a little bit farther as the halfway marks come out, that's Bill Haig. Bill is in 6th with the 106 on the side and the bright yellow helmet. And then in 7th, is Pete Zernick on boat number 149, and then back in 8th is Jimmy Wilson on that number 300 boat. So Jimmy is moving up, but it is a slow progression for him. The gentleman that won the first moto as the blue flag coming out, indicating to these riders that the leader is coming through and they need to negotiate over just a little bit, make way for these leaders, which you see a lot of the riders doing. All right, so Dustin Matsouras and his brother Tyron stuck up here in a little bit of lack traffic. Meanwhile, Chris McCluggage with a clear lane checking out. Wilson trying to improve his fate at the moment, taking the inside split back in 8th. Needs to get around Zernick, and he does. Wilson in 7th. Meanwhile, your leader coming up on boat number 21. His number is boat number 30. That's Chris McCluggage. Chris, your Monster Energy drink, Mac Racing, Broward Motorsports sponsored rider. And here comes second place, Dustin Matsouras, followed by Tyron, boat number 2. All right, you guys, again, special thanks to Casino Beach Bar and Grill. They were actually our presenting sponsor for this weekend, as you have been watching the Grand Prix of Watercross right here in Pensacola. Meanwhile, Jimmy Wilson still trying to reel in Bill Haig, see if he can get up at 6th place, and he has got to move up as far as possible, and it looks like only 2 more laps. And another minute to go for our Pro-Am Ski GP second moto. We'll be moving into freestyle next. Do need to have our freestyle judges up in the tower. We need to have our freestyle judges in the tower. Do want to mention Santa Rosa Island Authority. Special thanks to those guys. We would not be able to be here without them. And Jimmy Wilson looking like he had to actually slow down and do something to preserve that boat. Unusual to see him off the pace. They actually came out of the split section with him and Bill Haig, and I thought he was going to set that up for a pass. Meanwhile, looking out on the track, we are still dealing with Dustin and Tyron, second and third, Brock fourth, Rediger fifth. That is Jordan Carroll on boat number 913. Great. Special thanks to Sidelines for our lunch today. Just some of the great sponsors that we have, like Flounders as well, and Casino Beach Bar and Grill. All right, just a couple more laps to go for Chris McCluggage as he comes through, and now he's passed all the way up to 7th place, lapped his way up to 7th. Meanwhile, 6th place, Jimmy Wilson, still moving up from that tough start. It was back in 11th place at the start of the race. You're watching all the action from the Hidden Trails Sea-Doo Pro Watercross National Tour, brought to you by JetLift. Special thanks to our official prop for the 2016 National Tour, and that is Solus. This is going to do it for our closed course racing while we do freestyle. Then we'll come right back into our second round of motos. So we're going to be doing amateur freestyle, freestyle 800 and pro freestyle coming at you next, and then we'll be going right back to the top of the motos for the third moto, and that's going to be Pro-Am Runabout Box Stock. That'll be our next race in just a few minutes. Meanwhile, white flag is out. Dustin Montzuris, Tyron Montzuris still coming through the pack. Second, third, Brock Austin, fourth. Man, what a gorgeous day out here. It just doesn't get any prettier than this in Pensacola. Gorgeous weather. We've had great water conditions. We've had a little bit of surf, but it's mostly rolling. You know, nothing really big, nothing too pushy, nothing like last year for sure, where we were clicking in at 6-foot waves. I'm Don Dawson, and my partner in crime, Mike Young, will be back up here in a moment to join us. Right now, we are just at the conclusion, and ladies, don't put your hands together for that guy right there, Chris McCluggage. The Mac Attack taking the second moto win, and just exactly what he needed after that first moto disaster where he had water getting in the boat. One of the hoses actually had popped off, and it was costing him all the way back down in the 9th place, even after the whole shot. Okay, second place is going to go to Dustin Montzuris. Third is going to be Tyron Montzuris. Fourth, that gentleman on the red boat, or excuse me, the orange boat, that's going to be Brock Austin. I do need to have my freestyle judges up in the tower, please. Hey, if I could have Dylan Osborne back in the tower. Fifth place going to go to David Rediger. And Jimmy Wilson going to hold on to 6th place. Man, that was a tough workout to get him up to there. I need to have freestyle judges in the house, please. Freestyle judges in the house. All right, Bill Haig unofficially in 7th. That is going to be your rundown, and we are going to switch over to our freestyle. Again, need to have some freestyle judges in the house. Freestyle. If I could have Brian from Jetlift. Brian from Jetlift to the tower. If I could have Dylan Osborne to the tower. Scott Hike, when you get a moment. If I could have you to the tower when you get a second. Oh, great one. For freestyle judging. Oh, come on. Get up here, sexy. All right, you guys, let's get these Dukes of Air in the air, shall we? Ronnie Mack in the house. Good to have him out here hanging with us. Celebrity photographer to the stars. And speaking of stars, I've got some celebrities for judges. I've got Dylan Osborne up here, one of our great competitors, going to be judging for us today. I've got Brian from Jetlift, going to be up here judging with us today, and I got Ray Palmer. So those will be our judges. All right, you guys, things that we're looking for are, you know, things like velocity. All right, you guys, we are going to be starting with our Freestyle 800, and they've already got the water opened up for a little expression session. So here's what I'm going to suggest. Get your cameras ready because this is going to be awesome, and you are not going to want to miss some of the opportunities to take a picture. All right, so we got our freestyle judges all set up.
Yeah. What's that? Yeah.
Yeah, I'll do stuff like that.
Come and
Thank
Tokyo.
you.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry you had to say that.
Exactly. She just got China, not Japan. Hey, don't be doing this for Soviet countries.
That's a requirement. I apologize, but you know, it had to be done.
Yeah, we got 3 judges already. I'm ready.
I'm ready.
You look awesome. You're
Hello.
ready.
Hello.
All right, you guys. You're so. I see how the judges are. They're so demanding. They're already wanting like.
They're judging.
An autograph session.
All right, once again, folks, we got freestyle coming up, and we're going to start off with our freestyle 800 class when these guys are done. Do we got any freestyle fans out there in Pensacola Beach? Come on, stand up, clap, make some noise. How about you lifeguards out there? Are you freestyle fans? Come on now. Yeah, well, I'll tell you what, these guys are all about the applause. The louder you guys get out here on the beach, the crazier, the higher, and the more ruckus they're going to cause out there in the water. I'm watching Langless. I just seen him do 5 backflips in a row. This is just practice, folks. This is just practice. That's right. Don't pull the trigger too quick. By the way, we got some squatch too, man. Who out there isn't squatched out yet from this week? I will have everything from the beach. This, we need tours. Corn, and then
All right, Mike Young, are you ready on the beach? I'm almost ready. That was Mike. Check it in. I'm almost ready, Donnie. I have to put on some sunscreen. I know what you're doing. You're grabbing some extra squatch. All right, you guys, by the way, special thanks to Shark Energy Drink, something that we have to monitor, Mike Young, throughout the day with the Shark Energy Drink consumption, because if we get too much Shark Energy Drink, he over-caffeinates on us. And it's not as if he's not already a ton of fun. Right, he just starts to get out of hand. All right, I've got to my distinguished judges.
Right. Let's talk about your distinguished judges up there.
The distinguished judges?
Yes, of course, those ones.
All right, well, we've got Ray Palmer, who is a Sagittarius. He likes long walks on the beach, unsurprisingly. And he likes the dulcet tones of Olivia Newton-John.
Oh, I like Olivia Newton-John, too. You're good.
He also told me to be sure and say thank you to the Santa Rosa Island Authority because they're, like, awesome.
They are amazing.
I've also got the incredible, the talented, the one and only, the innovator, the one that asked to be anonymous, Brian from Jetlift. And then I've also got Dylan Osborne, Celebrity Racers to the Stars. Dylan is a Virgo. He likes heavy metal when he's racing. Trying to think of something else. Also long walks on the beach, but not when his boat's broken. Yeah, and he doesn't like to take long walks on the beach with Ray Palmer. There's your celebrity judges, Mike Young.
Hey. All right, I believe our freestylists are just about ready to go. Don Dawson, we're going to start out with our 800 freestyle. competition.
Yes.
And, yeah, I know. I've got to get a little bit closer to you.
Oh,
hi.
hi.
The mic just don't like me leaving the beach.
Don't leave me, Mike.
I'm not going to leave you. But we got old schooler. Old school. This is old school freestyle. Coming up first, it's a freestyle 800 boat. As we know, most of the amateurs now are running 900s and the pros are running 1200s. But we got Jeff Ludker, Jammin' Jeff Ludker out of Freeport, Florida, making his return to personal watercraft racing after a 10-year hiatus.
Well, not only did he make a return, but he's doing double duty, already taking an award home today.
Yeah, I've seen that.
In the closed course, yeah. Great job for Jeff. Mixing it up with the young guns as well. Someone that was racing against him 15 years fast.
I got all the grommets down here. Hey, that's all my dad. That is my dad. We'll get it to work somehow, folks.
All right, again, as Mike was saying, our very first competitor, Jeff Ludker, out of Freeport, Florida. Where is Freeport, Ray? Do you know where Freeport is? No.
Oh, yeah, it's right behind. It's right behind Destin, Niceville.
Oh, okay. You know where it is.
Yeah.
Mike's been everywhere.
Over there by the Fort Walton Beach area.
You've been everywhere, man.
Okaloosa, Walton County. Here we go. He's on the clock. There we go as we start the first trick right there. Bulldogs that boat around. He's going to 180 out into a fountain, ladies and gentlemen.
Going old school, Mike.
I'm telling you, that is old school. You know, it always used to be with freestyle, it was like the most visual appealing. And nowadays, you know, it's all about the amplitude and how many, what their trick count can be. But you can watch Jeff right there. Nice little turn sub, gets the boat completely submerged and comes at 180 degrees.
Yeah, definitely not easy to do with the older models of skis. And that's one of the innovations that they've really lightened these boats up, used aftermarket hulls. That actually helps them with the amplitude quite a bit. Loved how he rode that out, bulldogging it.
And there we go. Going to bulldog that boat around again. Go 180. Nice little turn sub.
Good thing Scott wasn't in the tower. I think he was trying to give Scott Hike a shower.
You got that right. There we go. 360. Where'd he go, ladies and gentlemen? All the way around the world, back up and in the tray. How about it for Jammin' Jeff?
Woo! Great job, buddy. Good to have him back on the tour. Hop, pop. Does another little corkscrew, rides it out. Nice tail stand.
Oh, yeah. He's winding it up into a Hollywood corkscrew.
And then rode that out. Nicely done. That is a much harder maneuver than it looks like. It seems like it'd be really easy to do, but that is very hard.
Yeah, he's about at the buck. 130 on the clock right now. Oh, big Marriott toss.
Yeah.
That move made famous by Malone.
I was just going to ask you that, actually. 15 seconds left on the clock for Jeff Ludker. Another nice little hop. Goes into 180, then spins. Nice little nose sub, and that is going to do it, you guys. The whistle for the 2-minute time. Put your hands together for Jeff Ludker.
Way to go, Jammin' Jeff, man. 50-plus years old, still out there throwing that boat around like nobody's business. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, how about a nice round of applause for Jammin' Jeff Ludker?
All right. I'm just going to grab the scores. While I do that, Mike, you can go on with the next rider.
This is very reminiscent of the old Fort Walton Beach days. I hear some Slim Shady in the background. Oh, yeah. So judges are getting their scores together up there. Don Dawson's writing them down. We got amateur freestyle coming up next, or at least the amateur freestyle class. And, man, I'll tell you what, we have got the best amateur freestyler here to go out and get her done. I know he's sponsored by JetLift, but he's got some other sponsors here: HydroTurf, Jet Pilot, X-Scream, Sport Pro, and Sportsman Promotion. I believe his dad is watching on from Lake Orion, Michigan. Ladies and gentlemen, Pensacola Beach, how about a nice warm welcome for Justin Sylvain.
Justin Sylvain out of Lake Orion, Michigan with that rock and jet lift headband. Gentlemen, as Mike has said, just took his first win on the national tour last weekend at the Super Cup of Watercross in Panama City Beach. Out here again, see if he can do a repeat. Just started competing, 18 years old. Already taller than Mike Young.
Yeah. Well, hey, that don't take much. I'm vertically challenged. I'm almost as big as Mark Gomez.
Oh, nope.
You'll see him coming up, ladies and gentlemen. Pro Freestyle. You guys are on deck. Pro Freestyle, Chris Langlis, Mark Gomez. Gomer will be the first one out there in the pro class today, Dawn, just so you know.
Alrighty. All right, put your hands together for this guy. Man, this kid has so much fun in freestyle. He couldn't wait to come back out. Hope he'll be able to join us on the entire national tour. And now, the way that this works, guys, is how do they start? Well, when you see them perform their very first trick, that's when the clock will fire off. Again, it's a 2-minute hold. You can see Justin petting his boat. He's got this brand new boat, brand new paint job, brand new sticker job. Justin just warming that boat up. You can see these guys kind of popping the throttle. What they're really wanting to do is clean out the engine, make sure the carburetion's ready. All cleaned out, ready to go. Wow!
Oh, nice big can flip to open up, Dawn.
That was awesome and huge amplitude on it. Did a quick 180, reversed that into a 360. Went down just slightly. Did not lose the boat, which would have been a major deduction.
Hey, nor did he lose the headband.
Good point.
That jet lift headband is it's solid. That's what I'm going to say.
It's good to keep all your gear.
Oh, look at the amplitude on that big 360 flat spin. Does it again 2 more times. Reverses going into a backflip. Let's make it 2, ladies and gentlemen. How about 3?
Or 4.
Yeah, wow. What do you think, Pensacola Beach?
Anytime you're able to do a combination, it'll also increase your score.
Looks to me like he's powered by Squatch. Sorry.
No, it's awesome. Oh, man, huge barrel roll into a backflip. Another backflip. That's also an underflip. Quick 180, reverses into a 360.
Nice combo package there. Just over 1 minute right now for Justin Sylvain, ladies and gentlemen, out of Lake Orion, Michigan.
Yeah, 2 series of combo packages for him. Underflip.
Yeah, nice off axis, man. That was really off kilter and a great landing.
That's just, he's got a buoy in his sights.
Oh, look at a big backflip over the buoy.
I like it.
Can you say amplitude?
Okay, I will. Amplitude. Huge amplitude.
By the way, amplitude is height for those of you who went to school by me.
Big loop back 360, reverses another 360. That's actually a 540 for the first 1 1/4, 540 into a 360, into a backflip. That's 3 big combinations for this guy, and just now I hear the 15-second. Just got time to start this final combination. 2 backflips, a 360, another backflip, another 360, another backflip, another 360, over 7 tricks in that combination. Wow, all that under 15 seconds. Beautifully done by a young guy that just started competing this year. Man, oh man, and he just lit the beach.
Yeah, he sure did. That kid is he's something else. You know, it's hard to believe this is only his second competition. Being in this industry for as long as we have done, you know, you don't see guys that just come out, especially in the amateur class, that are this good. And to me, he actually looks like, and I'm sure probably next year he'll be competing in the pro. So Justin Sylvain, he can now Pensacola Beach. How about a nice round of applause for Justin Sylvain? Not pro yet, amateur freestyler.
That's right, Mike. I've all the judges up here conferring, and I can hear them going, you know, those pros better watch out.
Hey, guess what? I still got some squatch left down here, man. Take them one at a time. We got some squatch down here on the beach in front of the tower. You guys want some squatch? Come on down, get your jack link on.
All right, Mikey, this next ride out of Fullerton, California. He's sponsored by Mystic Lubricants, HydroTurf, Jet Pilot, DASA, Richter, Jet Renew, KMG Racing, TC Freeride, Liquid Militia, Scat Track, and Works. Put your hands together for Mark Gomez, or Gomer.
Well, I'll tell you what, Fullerton, California, that's a great place right there. Fortunately, I can't even afford to park in that town.
Me either, bud.
You know, McCluggage used to live in Fullerton, California.
I did not know that.
Well, I'm just telling you.
You are just a fountain of trivia.
Yeah, a fountain of useless.
Not useless. You awesome. Well, you know, Mark Gomez, definitely a showman. This is the guy we were talking about yesterday. If you ever watched the movie I Am 4, if you remember the jet ski scene, he was one of the guys in that jet ski scene. So a little bit of trivia for you, and you'll recognize him if you get a chance to watch that movie or if you've seen it. He also is currently one of the stunt riders in, well, where is that, Mike?
That's
SeaWorld, right?
No. It's actually the Waterworld
Thank you,
show
Waterworld.
at Universal Studios in Anaheim, California.
Thank you.
Uh-oh, look at this little barrel roll over the buoy to start his routine. How about that, ladies and gentlemen? Nice amplitude there. I'm sure the judges appreciated that. Going to do a little setup wake right now. Hop up over the top. We're going to go backflip. Stick the landing, run right back into it. Mark is normally a free rider. He's the IFWA Free Ride World Champion, which travels all the way around the globe. And these guys do nothing but hit big surf. So he's used to big surf, and he was looking forward to this race because of big surf. He had heard, oh, look at that no-handed backflip. But he was looking, he was looking forward to this because he thought there was going to be a lot of surf. And unfortunately, he's having to create his own wakes today, Dawn.
Yeah, I tell you what, this is a young man talking about the IFWA Tour. Is actually taking off for Portugal next week. Just got back from some international travel. Went to Australia last year. Beautiful no-hander barrel roll. Rides it out. Now, again, guys, you can see he's working all of these tricks really close inshore. Fast 180 into a nice backflip. Mike rides it out. Flat lander as well.
And just over 1 minute into his routine, and he's got about 8-9 tricks already. So got a good trick count. He's had some good amplitude. He's had some great landings. Hopefully the judges see what we...
Yep. Little sushi speed roll. Call it the Gomer roll.
Yeah, you can't find that at your local sake shop.
Wow, nice Madonna. Big Madonna backflip. Madonna indicates you have one hand and one foot off at the same time. And I love watching Mark do that because he adds that extra flair where he throws his head back. Even looks like Madonna. He's so awesome.
A flared out Madonna roll.
Whoa.
Nice
Huge.
Backflip, 180, set up. Oh, and into a lawn dart and down the Davy Jones locker.
Yeah, or a sand auger, I think you've called it as well. Was able to ride that out, just trying to clear the boat out a little bit. Yeah, it does move that. It actually moves the motor mounts. So you can hear that boat getting a little bit of growly sound to it. Probably put just a little bit of water there. 15 seconds left. Just goes into a spin. He's going to do some flat water work. As we finish up the routine, regardless, that was an awesome run for Mark Gomez.
Yeah, great job there by Mark Gomez. What do you guys think? Come on, Pensacola Beach, put your hands together for Gomer out there. Mark Gomez out of Fullerton, California. And again, Mark sponsored by Mystic Lubricants, HydroTurf, Jet Pilot, DASA, Richter, Jet Renew, KMG Racing, Taylor Curtis Freeride, Liquid Militia, Scat Track, and Works Components. Mark's still playing with that buoy out there. I think he's got a little gratuitous for everybody. There we go. How about that gratuitous backflip over the buoy?
Yeah, all that stuff, you guys, he's doing for you because he is off the clock at this point. I'm already gathering up the scores, Mike.
Exactly. He's just burning fuel.
Do me a favor. Put your hands together one more time for Mark Gomez.
All right, well, Mark Gomez has some competition. Don, you got the scores?
I do. Would you like them?
Yeah, we're not going to worry about them yet. I just want to make sure that you had them before we introed our next rider. Our next rider is, he is the current amateur U.S. two-time national champion. His first year in the pro class out of Clearwater, Florida. He rides for Team X, Scream, HydroTurf, Drop Graphics, Signworks.com, Power Factor, Jetlift, and Suncoast Customs. How about it? Nice warm welcome, ladies and gentlemen, for Chris Langlace. I said nice warm welcome, man. That's a cold welcome right there. There we go. Now we're talking. Come on, man. Don't make me get out my Squatch.
All right, you guys, here's a guy that's actually used to compete in street bike competitions, and you can certainly see when you watch the showmanship, and he, too, is going to work the crowd, get you guys all woke up and clapping back. Don't forget to get your cameras ready. Trust me, between him and Mark Gomez, you're going to hit some pretty awesome Instagram opportunities here.
Yeah, Gomez a winner last week at the Super Cup of Watercross in Panama City Beach. And Langlace was a winner of our first moto of freestyle yesterday. So, you know, this could go either way.
Yeah.
And once again, the louder you get, the higher they get, ladies and gentlemen. So once again, if you see something you like, put your hands together and make some noise for these rad boys. Looks like Chris getting ready for a setup wake right here. And here we go. He's on the clock. How about that 540 right there, Don Dawson?
Yeah, not just the 540, Mike. You know what I loved about that is he grabbed a lot of altitude on it, or if we say amplitude, but beautifully done. Up over 8 feet in the air, and that was a great way to do an opener.
Exactly. He stuck the landing. Mary Lou Retton would have been proud of that landing. You probably don't remember her.
I don't. Nice backflip, though.
1980 Olympics.
Big off-camber backflip.
Chris Langlace, once again, out of Clearwater, Florida, riding for Team X Scream and HydroTurf.
I remember Mary Lou Retton. I heard about her.
I actually did a cartwheel in her lawn. Look at that. That was like an underflip 540 combo. I mean, I've never seen that hybrid before. Look. Nice.
Finishing up with a barrel roll. That was a massive combination.
Hey, I'm telling you, I'm digging it right now.
We were still. I was still recovering from the comment of your antics on Mary Retton's front lawn.
She lives in Fairfield, Virginia.
1-footer backflip. Well, let's just make it a 2-footer. Okay. 3 backflips in a row that are 1-footer into a 180. Takes it right back into the beach with another backflip.
I thought he was going to jump up onto the flagging stand, take Scott Hike's job.
I did too.
Scott's okay with it.
He's hired. All right.
Minute 30 into the routine right now, folks.
Another quick setup. Man, so thus far, big amplitude from Chris Langlace, your street bike competitor. Try to say that twice. 2 big helicopters, actually 4 with backflip in the middle of all of it. Manages to ride around the starting line. All that without grabbing up the rubber band, which leads to the question, how come he missed it and everybody else keeps getting them? 360, backflip. Set up 180 into another backflip. Another big pop. Nice. Barrel roll into another backflip.
What do you think, ladies and gentlemen, of Chris Langlace?
Wow.
Don, I'm going to go out on a limb here and say I think he brought his A game today.
I think he did too.
So how about a nice round of applause for Chris and a nice round of applause for all of our freestylers, ladies and gentlemen.
Hey, Mike, I'll have you down there if you want to do the set up the interview with those guys, and I'll tell you the scores once we get Mr. Langlace back in.
Well, my name's Mike, and I'm here to help. Whatever you need.
You are
bro.
awesome. All that, you guys, gratuitous for the crowd. We've already got the judges' scores in. Chris Langlace just doing that for you guys. And as he comes in, be sure and put your hands together for him.
All right, I'll tell you what, we're hanging out right now with Mark Gomez as Langlace comes in. Gomer, I'll tell you what, are you sweating right now or what, bro?
Oh, man, you know, Chris, again, last weekend I had rough conditions. I'm used to surf. I expected surf. Freestyle is really more delicate. It's a big dance, and I've got a 1,000cc in that. Most guys are competing at 1,200, so a little under cap, but you know what? I'm not letting it stop me. I came out here. I wanted to challenge myself and put on a show, and I feel good about what I did, so it's all good.
I'll tell you what, I'm not discounting your routine whatsoever. The 1,000cc thing, though, is that because you ride more surf? Does that make it more reliable, the 1,000cc, rather than bumping up to a 1,200?
You know what? This is actually a demo ski we had at World Finals that we built from Richter and TC Freeride. It's a pump gas boat that you're able to ride. The point is to ride it in surf and do a little bit of freestyle on it. So I've been pushing it. I competed in pro last year. Being that 900cc is the amateur cap, I'm now falling into pro. This is situational. I've got this right now, but come next round, I'm building my own XFR with a 1200cc engine. I'm coming at these boys with everything I got now.
Look out, Reno, Nevada, June 16th and 17th. Tell us a little bit about the hulls. I mean, a lot of these folks here, they're used to going into their local dealership like Pensacola Motorsports and picking up a boat. What's different about the boat that you got as compared to the boat that they're buying?
Well, you know, when you go, the biggest thing, first of all, is when you get these aftermarket jet skis, they're all built around the Yamaha Superjet platform. So technically, you don't have to have the biggest engine. You can transplant what you have in a Yamaha Superjet into these hulls and be ripping in the surf or doing some flat water freestyle, bolt on modifications as you go to get more air time. I mean, either which way, you can get onto these hulls. They're much more stable. They're meant to do tricks. Everything is geared for freestyle and freeride performance. So that's the biggest difference. Is you can get on a Superjet, get started, and then get one of these hulls and throw your guts in it and go out and rip.
Fantastic. I know, Mark, you probably got a lot of sponsors you'd like to say a big shout out to, all the folks that are watching in at home from Fullerton, California.
No, absolutely. I got Mystic Lubricants, Hydroturf, TC Freeride, DASA Racing, Liquid Militia, Jet Pilot, Jet Renew, a lot of other all my family and friends that help me out. It's always love getting put on a spot here, but it's awesome. I'm happy to be here. I'm happy to be in Pensacola. This is awesome. First rookie year tour. Thank you guys all for coming out. Let's have a good rest of the day.
Fantastic. Now, we haven't heard the scores yet. Let's talk to Chris Langless before we hear the scores. Chris, you went out there, did a great job. Are you nervous at all about what Mark did out there before you went out there?
Maybe a little.
Maybe a little. So the X-Screen boat seemed like it was, it's pumped up, ready to go. Mark said he's got 1,000 cc's. How many cc's you got under your hood?
This is a 1,200, Mike.
1,200 cc boat, and is that what's giving you that amplitude that we see right there at the end?
It's pretty much everything you see. The whole package is what helped get all that air out there. You got the X-Screen motor, you got the MSD ignition, power factor exhaust, VP racing fuels, all carbon DBX hull. Can't go wrong with that setup.
I'll tell you what, you definitely got a great setup, man. The paint job is absolutely amazing. Any sponsors you want to thank before we go to our judges' scores?
Yeah, I'd like to thank Team Extreme, Jetlift, Power Factor, Jet Ski Collector, Suncoast Customs, MSD, Scat Track, Brap Graphics, VP Racing Fuels, Signworks, and that's it.
And you notice we let you bring the boat up so you can actually read those today. Don Dawson, let's go to you for the scores.
All right, Mike. Well, after a tight scoring competition, your second place today, Mark Gomez out of Fullerton, California.
Congratulations, Mark.
And your winner.
Your winner.
Is Chris Longlace.
Winner. Chris, congratulations. Hey, you guys are now tied as we head. Mark got the first round. You got the second round. Mark said he's going to bump it up to a 1,200 cc boat. Are you coming to Reno to play some Keno?
I'm going to do my best.
Bogart. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that's going to do it for Freestyle. Congratulations, Chris Langless, Mark Gomez. Awesome job. Nice round of applause again for all of our freestylers, man. These guys are it, man. These are our fun makers out here, and it's going to be great to see these guys compete throughout the season. It's been a while on the Pro Watercross Tour, so we've had really good competition in freestyle, especially in the pro division. And these two guys are both class acts. I know them both, and I love them both with all my heart, man. And I wish you both the best. Don Dawson, let's
Yes,
go
sir.
back to you. What do we got going on next?
Well, let's go back to racing, Mike. I need to have Pro-Am Runabout Box Stock on the line. Pro-Am Runabout Box Stock. We are coming back to racing. I need to have all my officials back in, their official position. We are going to go back right to the top of it. Pro-Am Runabout Box Stock. I need to have you on the line, and I need to have all my officials down in the water, please. All officials, this is your call.
Hey, Don Dawson, are you up there? Hey, guess who I got with me right? I got Justin Price, and Justin is kind of taking care of all of our regional sponsorship here. Justin, man, I can't say that I appreciate it enough, man. You have really went the distance. The Casino Beach Bar and Grill, all the folks up here along the boardwalk and the city walk right here in front of us have pitched in. Thank you so much for your efforts.
Not a problem, guys. I just love having everybody here, bringing the crews in, bringing out all the racers. We have a blast. We have a great beach, and anyone that wants to come visit, hit me up. We'll go ride.
The other thing is Pensacola Motorsports. Man, these guys have also went the distance for us. You could check out their lineup right back there on the city walk. But, it's very important, especially when you got a tour like this that comes into a town that's already got 10,000 people here on the beach. You guys don't need us on the beach. But it's because of the efforts of guys like you and Pensacola Motorsports and Casino Beach Bar and Grill that we're able to come here.
Absolutely. Pensacola Motorsports has been supporting us for the past 3 years. They were one of our only local sponsors the first year we were in town. CBB wasn't even open yet. Casino Beach Bar and Grill has established that they want us to keep us here and sponsor us each and every year we come from now on. We do have plenty of other sponsors. Flounder's been able to help us out. They help support the Corporate Challenge this year for the corporate event. We also have places like Papa's Pizza that feeds the crews. Sidelines was able to put together something to feed the crews today. And like I said, there's so many people involved. Pensacola Sports Association, they're also a big part of keeping us here in town. Working together with the Chamber of Commerce, working together with the Island Authority, trying to negotiate everything that we need to make this happen.
Well, I'll tell you what, we sure do appreciate it because those of us who travel around on the Pro Watercross Tour, I mean, we love everywhere we go. But I think that there's an affectionate place in our heart for one place that we go, and I think it's right here in Pensacola Beach.
I appreciate it. Well, a lot of people don't know that up until 3 years ago, it was 15 years since you held a race here. So we're just glad to have racing back on Pensacola Beach.
Hey, and I'm glad to be back in Pensacola Beach, baby. Justin Price, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your help and your support. Don?
Meanwhile, back at it on the racing, Mike. We got to get this next race underway. We're able to make up a little time, so we don't want to lose it. Pro-Am Runabout Box Stock, I need to have you on the line now, please. All personnel, I need to have you on the water. Looks like our course marshals are already on the water, just missing one.
One of the great things about doing the Pro Watercross National Tour is all of the cool places that you can hang out while you're watching the races, and this by far is one of the best. This is the Casino Beach Bar and Grill right in Pensacola Beach. Some of the best food, best hamburgers, Pensacola Brewery, all kinds of great beers.
I love the beach. I love the water. You can surf here. You can paddleboard here. You can do anything here. It's a great place to be.
All right, I'm here with JK. So tell me about this bar.
Well, it's awesome. It has the best view on the beach, and we have the best drinks.
In your opinion, 1 to 10, what are you thinking?
12.
Nuh-uh, for sure?
I'd say so.
All right, deal. I'm going to make you call on that one. Bam. What is the drink to order? What's the best drink?
In here, in Pensacola, I would say our margarita is awesome. And a painkiller because it has a lot of alcohol.
You are going to love hanging out here. And the greatest thing of all is it has the best seats in the house as far as seating the races. Come to the Casino Beach and Bar in between all the hot racing you're watching.
I'm Shantae Biggest, and you're watching Pro Watercross.
All right, this is the last call. Pro-Am Runabout Box Stock, Jeff Dykowski, Michael Borges, Craig Warner, Troy Snyder, Dustin Farthing, Tim Ducat, Billy Dearman, Dylan Osborne. We've got 2 minutes before we drop the band on this first one. I think he scared off all the competition, though, last week when we were in Panama City. This kid came out, both guns blazing. Once again, Pro-Am Runabout Box Stock should be in the gate right now. This will be followed by the Pro-Am Ski Stock, race number 9. Race number 10 is our Sport GP, so that's the next 3 that we got on the docket for those of you listening in at the Visit West Virginia live stream. My name's Mike Young, joined by Dawn Dawson. And it is time for Moto number 3 here for the Pro Show. I'd like to say a special thanks to all my bros for coming out. Man, from way back in the day, I got all kind of good friends here this weekend. Paul Havens, great to have you and your family here. As always, Cliff Roy. So representing the Pro-Am Runabout Box Stock class, let's talk about him a little bit. Boat number 8, he comes to us out of Riddell, Georgia. Riding for Metal Roofing Manufacturing, Dean's Team, and Reba, Jeff Dykowski.
All right, out of South Africa, out of Union, New Jersey, sponsored by HSC Metals, Borges Towing, boat number 88, Michael Borges.
Out of Ackworth, Georgia, on the C1, riding for Factory Kawasaki, Troy Lee Designs, HydroTurf, Jet Tribe, UniSidePrint.com, as well as Scat Track, Oakley, and WWR Products, Craig Warner.
And out of Bradenton, Florida, sponsored by Judge Motorsports, Sea-Doo, Jet Pilot, and Reva, boat number 110. It's the Slugger, Troy Snyder.
Boat number 116 hails from Ackworth, Georgia. He rides for Monster Energy, Sea-Doo, and Mountain Motorsports. It's the King, Dustin Farthing.
From Bellevue, Florida, sponsored by Hidden Trails Motorsports, Sea-Doo, X-Team, and Jet Trim. Boat number 149, Tim Ducat.
Boat number 1, he is the current national champion in the Pro-Am Runabout Box Stock class. He comes to us from Madison, Mississippi. Riding for Judge Motorsports, R&D, Scat Track, Jet Trim, and Jet Pilot, Billy Dearman.
Out of Clermont, Florida, sponsored by Fly Racing, Jet Lift, Reva, and Black Tip. Boat number 247, Dylan Osborne.
That rounds out your field of competitors. This is the Pro-Am Runabout Box Stock. This is the stuff, like, again, that you could go. You could pick out the boat at your local Pensacola Motorsports, and you can bring it here on Saturday, Sunday, race it. And this is the one that we talk about. You know, what wins on Sunday sells on Monday.
Yeah, I'll tell you a little bit of a recap on this Pro-Am Runabout Box Stock. It's been so much fun to watch Dustin Farthing join us these past couple of tour rounds, taking 2 moto wins today. Only Uno Mas for him, this Monster Energy rider. A little hiatus, you know, just took a little time off to raise a family, partner up, open up a bunch of dealerships around Georgia. And then I'll just every once in a while come back and play, and then I'll win some more races, even though I probably not really practiced too much.
Look at Nicole. Nicole is doing a selfie with Dustin, Cat Daddy. I love it. Look at that. Selfies down on the starting line.
Oh, that's awesome. Craig Warner also joining us this last couple of weekends. Craig with a 4-2 finish. And Tim Ducat with a 3-4.
What is Craig doing? He's climbing into the glove box.
I mean, I lost my keys. I know they're in here.
Yeah, it's funny. I lost my car last night.
I don't think it's in I don't think it's in his boat though. I'm grabbing it. Hold on, I'm grabbing a Gatorade. Whoa, wait a minute.
Uh-oh. Well, he's online. He can call for that 2-minute hold if he needs to.
Craig, if you need a 2-minute hold.
Actually, yeah, there's no 2-minute hold for the pros now.
Oh, there isn't?
No, there is not. Pro-Am runabout box stock, off and away, and on the inside it looks like the slugger Troy Snyder. On the outside it's the king Dustin Farthing. Farthing going to come out well in advance of Snyder. Snyder riding for Judge Motorsports. As he takes a look behind him, you'll see him find Tim Ducat, followed by Dylan Osborne, the 8-ball Dykowski, and Craig Warner rounding out your top 6.
All right, so Dustin Farthing with the 3-peats. 2 wins and looking to lock down the 3rd.
We need the Pro-Am Ski Stock Class, race number 9. You guys will be next up on the line. Once again, race number 9. You'll be next up on the line.
All right, Troy Snyder on the boat number 110, the slugger up in 2nd place. Tim Ducat, 3rd. Dylan Osborne in 4th. The 8-ball, Jeff Dykowski in 5th. I like the new sticker job. And then Billy Dearman in 6th place. Billy, by the way, last week, Mike, in the runabout GP class, actually blew his boat up. Man, he just was having all kinds of plagued issues with motors last weekend.
Yeah, he's had a tough start to the 2016 campaign here on the Emerald Coast. However, Billy Dearman's one of those guys, he's the winner. You know what I mean?
He is.
And he will fight through it, as we've seen him do before. He's got 2 national titles, one in the sport division and one in this runabout box stock division.
Yeah, and both of those titles, even after he got injured last year in a accident out at St. George, just an unfortunate deal, had one of the razors turn over on him. And that wouldn't have been a problem, except the little cage that they had on the rental actually collapsed, just a odd malfunction, and unfortunately had both of those guys pinned in it. Came out of that with a fracture and several fractured ribs as well. Still continued to compete and ended up on the podium, as Mike had told you, as a 2-time national champion last year, so quite the fighter.
And here comes your leader down the front straightaway, the king, Dustin Farthing. Dustin, just took a 3rd place in that last moto we had seen him in the GP class, and that was the first one that he didn't win, Don.
Yeah, and it's interesting that I have been watching these guys coming into this round. You had 3 men that won 2 classes each, dominating, and Dustin Farthing being one of those guys. Jimmy Wilson was the other. Sam Nemi was the 3rd, and I see these ways continuing for Sam Nemi. If I could have Jason and Ray Palmer, Jason Hibbert and Ray Palmer, if I could have you to the tower.
Thank you very much. So the green flag is flying, and the king is, well, I'll tell you what, he's picking up where he left off last week.
Yeah, it certainly has. Had 2 wins today in this class. One more to go to lock that down. Tough break for his buddy Craig Warner, who I know these guys really like to race back and forth against each other. But as they had been talking about in these riders' meetings coming forward, they're no tolerance on that line, unfortunately, on the start. But nevertheless, I feel for our friend Craig Warner.
Sure.
Did not get a tough start. That was a tough break.
You know, and the other thing is this year that a lot of these riders aren't used to is that they went to a no 2-minute hold for the pro classes, and that's to get them set for what's going to happen in Charleston, West Virginia, and in Naples, Florida.
Yeah, there's going to be there's no holds for these guys, and again, that's part of the CBS crew. And I don't know if you guys know the background on that, but CBS films everything and edits and produces everything. It's mostly live. So they do a lot of work on those shows before they ever walk off of the grounds. And in order for them to do that, the schedule, well, you and I experienced it. It was nuts last year.
Yes, of course.
Yes, you did.
Yes.
I've never seen Mike shake before. and by the way, I was too. I mean, it was nuts up in the tower, and definitely hard for the riders as well. But it has turned out a fantastic product. That thing aired twice on CBS Sports last year. They had over 50 million views on it. I mean, it was a pretty impressive deal.
Very impressive, and we do appreciate CBS Sports being here with us. Pro-Am Runabout Box Stock, that's what you're watching back home, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, and I think we got one of the TV stations out right now.
I'd like to say a special thanks for you guys coming out. Race number 9, Pro-Am Ski Stock. We need you to the starting line. Once again, Pro-Am Ski Stock, race number 9. Please report to the starting line.
All right, again, Dustin Farthing almost turning this into a snoozer. He's getting enough distance out there. We are watching the Pro-Am Runabout Box Stock.
Troy Snyder still in that second place position, 110. Sponsored by Judge Motorsports. Tim Ducat out of Bellevue, Florida, in the third spot on boat number 149. And Dylan Osborne out of Claremont, Florida. And yeah, I'll tell you what, Dylan, what a cool family he's from. You know, these guys have, his dad used to race many years ago. The mom and dad both were in competitive water skiing. Just great people, you know what I mean? Folks that you see that you haven't met before, but if you do meet them, man, they're just the nicest in the world. And Dylan rather actually helps us with the hydro drag and the surf and turf events as well. You know, when he's not out there racing.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, he's actually one of our officials.
You know, it's so cool to have him be a part of the sport. And what you had said, he'll just volunteer and help out whenever he can. He came up here and helped with the judging today. Can't thank him enough. But you're right. I love that about this for sport. Halfway mark's coming out, but it's such a family community sport. And as you could tell even earlier today, man, if something happens out there, these guys all team together to make sure that everybody's okay. But I really love that. And they take care of each other out in the water as well. Back on the water.
Sure do. Pro-Am Runabout Box Stock, and we're 6 minutes down and 6 + 1 to go. As you see, Farthing trying to lap Dearman, and he's able to get past Dearman. As we see him there, bottom right-hand side of the track, folks. That's where you'll find your leader. The real battle, Dawn, is going on for that second place position between Snyder and Ducat. You see Snyder goes to the outside, Ducat going to the inside.
Ducat tapped that buoy just a little bit, setting up that turn, costing him a little bit of time. Gave Snyder just a little bit more breathing room coming onto that front stretch. You can tell Ducat popped back about a half a boat. Not a whole lot of distance lost, but it's all those little things that I was talking about, minor miscalculations out on the track when you are running in a stock class, because, again, you don't have the horsepower to really help you gain that time back. And it looks like 5 more laps to go for Dustin Farthing, gentleman on the 116 boat.
Yeah, not too much time left to go for the King, Dustin Farthing. And guess what, Don? I got the King's youngest son right here beside me, Talon Farthing. Talon, what do you think of your dad out there right now?
Good. He's doing good.
He's doing pretty good?
Yeah.
Did you see your mom getting a selfie with him before he took off?
No.
Do you do selfies?
Yes.
Well, why do you do selfies? You got a cell phone already? How old are you?
9.
9, and you got a cell phone?
Yes.
Is it a smartphone?
No.
No? Okay, I was going to ask you if you could tell me how to use mine.
It's a Samsung.
Oh, that's
It's a
funny.
Samsung.
Nicole's nodding her head. She goes, yes, he does.
Yes, he
does. Smartphone.
Yes, he has a smartphone. Well, obviously, you're like me, and we don't know how to use our smartphones, do we?
No, I'm not like you.
Perfect. Talon is the man. He's up here. This is the leader's son that is actually hanging out up here with us. He brought his buddy Sammy Nemi Jr. I see Sam Nemi, his father, is down there getting ready to hold McCluggage here in this next one. I believe we've got the Pro-Am Runabout stock class coming up next.
Pro-Am ski stock coming at you, yep. And then out on the track, definitely going to need a smartphone to fill us in here as well. It is Ducat that has continued to put the pressure on Mr. Snyder as Dustin Farthing checking out on the final couple of laps on this race. The battle here on that front stretch between second and third.
He's lapped all the way up to third place, Don Dawson, as he gets ready to come down the front straightaway, the 116. He's getting the 3-minute mark right now, which means there's about 3+1 left for him to go. But I got Sammy Nemi over here that's to my right now, and his dad is down there getting ready to hold for the GOAT, man, the greatest of all time, Chris McCluggage. Tell me, yeah, I noticed that the Chris McCluggage is riding your boat out there. Did you charge him any money?
No, I should have.
Yeah, you should have, because he's got a lot of money.
McCluggage, you owe him $50.
McCluggage owes $50. Okay, the kids are charging him from up here on the Tower of Power.
Plus tax.
Plus tax.
Oh, plus tax.
Hey, you're in Florida.
Okay, well, okay, that makes sense.
That's $52.
$52. All right.
Plus tax.
Well, yeah, that's Georgia tax there. that was adding the tax. That's got to be like 1%, man.
And a tip.
Oh, he wants a tip too. Okay, he's going to tell you, hey, don't ride the boat while it's not running. So Sammy Nemi and Talon Farthing having fun with us up here on the Tower of Power. Dustin Farthing, the king, in control of this one right here. Your current second place rider is the slugger, Troy Snyder. And you can see him going down the back straightaway, top left-hand side of the track. That's the only battle that we're finding right now on the track between Snyder and, of course, Tim Ducat. Let's see if these riders all go to the outside. Yes, they do. And then Farthing going to the inside. Now, Farthing, is if he goes any faster, he's going to lap himself.
Okay. If anybody can pull that off, I would say Dustin Farthing can. Just going to go to grab a little bit of clean water and see if he can't move in here as he is picking up the lap position, but he doesn't want to mess with the racers.
Right, just lapped the second place.
There you go, but he can tell that these guys are going at it, doesn't want to get in the middle of it. But he does need to keep on moving.
So if he gets past the next rider, that means he's the only rider on the lead lap.
That's right. He'll have lapped all the way up to him. Okay, again, you are watching the second half of our pro show. This is going to be the third set of motos, and we're at the top of that docket just to get you in the know. We are waiting for Pro-Am Ski Stock, and that is the riders that we need down the line. Pro-Am Ski Stock. It looks like we've got our gate ready.
Again, folks, if you're just arriving, we'd like to welcome everybody out. You're watching the Grand Prix of Watercross, brought to you by the Casino Beach Bar and Grill. And don't forget, they got that VIP area going on. And here we go. It's Dustin going to do it. I believe he is just about ready to. The white flag's out. And Dustin Farthing is the only rider on the lead lap. And I don't think that I've ever seen this in personal watercraft racing.
Yeah, I have. You haven't seen that?
I don't think I have.
Georgi Kasha. I've actually seen Georgi Kasha lap an entire field.
All right. Yeah, Georgi Kasha. Yeah, that's one fast runabout rider there. You got that right. We got Talon Farthing. This in from Talon. What do you got, Talon?
Good job, Dad.
Good job.
Good job, Dad.
I love the tips they were giving him last week. Would you have any tips for him? Go fast.
Yep, go fast.
Yep, see?
All right. You got one more tip?
Try to win every race.
Try to win every race. I know, man. I'll tell you what, he definitely made up for that third place he took in the GP class there in the second moto. But here he comes, the king. Ladies and gentlemen, the checkered flag's out. How about a nice round of applause for Dustin Farthing?
A little boat pad at the end. Good run for Troy Snyder as well. That's going to be your second place.
Hey, I just want to mention the top three. Pro-Am Runabout Stock, Sea-Doo.
There you go.
Just saying.
I like how you don't miss much. All right, Tim Ducat in third. Going to be Dylan Osborne, fourth. Jeff Dykowski, fifth. And Billy Dearman in sixth. That is your run for Pro-Am Runabout Box Stock. And, Mike, I do believe we've got Pro-Am Ski Stock coming at you next, but we have a quick interview and something that we would like to do as a tribute. And I think we're going to also do that on the live stream as well. So we'd have you guys come over. All right, you guys, we are just going to go real quick on the live stream while we're getting ready. You guys on the skis, they'll probably already fire them off. Hopefully we'll have a quick chance to do that. But I just want to do a very special thanks to Ray Palmer. Thank you for everything that you do. Pensacola Sports, the Sports Authority, you guys, without you, we would not be able to, obviously, to put on this race. But it's not just that. It's all the publicity that you give us as well.
Well, Don, thank you. You know, it's a real pleasure to have you and Mike and AJ and Nick and Jen and the whole Pro Watercross, Hidden Trails Pro Watercross team back in Pensacola for our 3rd year. We're looking forward to many more years.
Well, I can't wait either. It's one of the most beautiful locations and always one of the top locations that they talk about all year long. So again, we said that was one of our missions, and I think we did it.
We did do it again, and we said we look forward to doing it again many more years. There's always a few challenges. That's the world of the event business. We love those challenges.
Awesome. Thanks again, Ray. We really appreciate it. All right, and Jason Liver, if I could have you come up as well. Jason from the Casino Beach Bar and Grill, and of course our other great sponsors. I want to present this to you from Pensacola Sports as well for the sports tourism. Thanks for all you do. Again, without you, all of the logistics just to get us here is crazy.
Yeah, it takes a lot of work, year-round planning on your part, on the hidden, the tour, ours, and the Visit Pensacola. So we're really looking forward and glad to have you guys here.
Just so you guys know, not just the logistics, but they also handle all of the media as well. They get a lot of the press releases out for us, getting a lot of the interviews set up with the TV stations. That's thanks to Jason and Ray and those guys. Man, thank you.
Yeah, so I mean, part of it is the exposure, getting people out here, the national broadcast you guys are doing, but also getting the local people out here. And we've got Channel 3 waiting down here to talk to some riders. Pensacola News Journal has been great to us, so we couldn't do this without all of our partners.
Awesome. Jason, thanks again. All right, you guys on the live stream, thanks so much for watching that. We're going to take you right back to some more racing. All right, Mike, we got Pro-Am Ski Stock on the line. And out of Apex, North Carolina, sponsored by Hurricane Racing, Amsoil Imagination Fabrication, boat number 10, Callaway Turner out of Lake Havasu City, Arizona. Sponsored by Monster Energy, Mac Racing, Broward Motorsports, Jet Trim, Jet Pilot, Jet Lift, ADA, Liquid Militia, boat number 13, Chris McCluggage out of Burlington, Ontario. Sponsored by Dedicated Plastic Tanks, JetX, Steel Tech, Optiman, and Jet Trim, boat number 21C, Dave Davidson. Out of Clearwater, Florida, sponsored by Riva Racing, HydroTurf, Ross Products, Team Scream, boat number 22, Gage Schoenherr. Out of Burlington, California, sponsored by Mystic Lubricants, HydroTurf, Jet Pilot, Dasser, Richter, Jet Renew, KMG Racing, TC Freeride, Liquid Militia, Scat Tracker Works, 41 of Mark Gomez. Got David Cabrera on 51, Dustin Higdon on 85, Brock Harris on 182, and Jimmy Wilson on 300, and it is the Mac Attack on 13 with your whole shot. Brock Harris up in third. All right, Mac with the Mac Attack on the lead. Great hole shot for him on that stock class. Boat number 122 is in second place.
No. That could be 182, Brock Harris. No, it's not. No, 182's in the third spot. That is Harris in third. We got Mac in front, boat number 13. That one's easy to pick out.
It's actually 22. Gage Schoenherr in second. Got my little binoculars on that finally. So Chris McCluggage, Gage Schoenherr in second place. Brock Harris got his hands full.
With Mark Gomez.
Yeah.
Gomez, after not winning freestyle today, man, he's wicking it up here. He was winner of Moto Surf out there at the Blowsion Surfslam the past couple years, actually. So we know that Mark knows how to slice it and dice it. Unfortunately, this surf not cooperating with him. Again, part of that O-Side crew from Oceanside, California, that these guys are used to going out, riding waves every day.
And you got Jimmy Wilson back in fifth.
Once again, we need the Sport GP class. You guys need to start getting ready. Once again, Sport GP class, you're next up on the docket. I'd like to say a very special thanks to everybody for listening in on our Visit West Virginia live stream. My name is Mike Young, joined by Don Dawson, and we are having a great time here in Pensacola Beach. So once again, the Mac Attack, the GOAT, proving his nickname out there. Chris, originally from Naples, Florida, started racing when he was about 12 years old. And, you know, he's been living in Lake Havasu City here for the last several years. He's out in California before that. Has just decided that he is going to make the trek and move back to Florida here. Start participating in some of our regional events. Glad to hear that. Got two lovely kids, Lily and Little Mac, at home, and I'm sure Rachel is watching on, so we'd like to say a big shout out from the Pro Watercross Tour to Rachel, Lily, and Minnie Mac.
Minnie Mac. All right, Chris McCluggage starting to open the distance between himself and a second place, which is Gage Schoenherr out of Clearwater, Florida. Gage got a whole pack of riders right behind him. Brock Harris in third. Jimmy Wilson trying to get a broom out and do a sweep on Brock Harris. Looks like he is able to lock that down. And no, wait, Brock's not done. He said, you know what? Wait a minute. Can't have that.
Well, I'll tell you, Jimmy Wilson's on Home Skelet's boat. And let me tell you, I just seen him pass 3 people on that last lap. You know, got a bad start, but this kid can make it up. Don't matter what kind of equipment that he's on. If it goes, he's gone.
Yeah, we've seen him work his way through the motos last weekend on 3 different borrowed boats. Chris McCluggage just taking a quick look to see how much time left. Dave Davidson coming through, but not up in that lead pack. In the first moto, we had a 4th place, great ride. 8th in the second moto. Chris, as we had talked about, got a second in the first moto today and first in the second moto. And then Jimmy Wilson with a 1 and a 2, as Mike had talked about earlier. So we've got a dead even tie coming into this third one. And Jimmy Wilson back in 4th place, got to do a little makeup time.
Yeah, Jimmy with the 1-2 finish in the first 2 motos. So, you know, if he can just stay out there, it looks like he will definitely hit the podium. McCluggage with a 2-1 coming into this one.
Actually, he's up in third, and Jimmy Wilson trying to work his way on that back stretch to see if he can get into the second place spot, Mike. I do believe he's about to do it. That's Gage. He'll shut Gage down. Gage going to take that outside split. Actually holding Jimmy off. Jimmy's going to run for the inside and see if he can pick off the second place. This is the battle right here for the top of the podium. Whoever finishes on the top spot in this final one will take to the top of Pro-Am Ski stock for this round. And Gage still putting the hammer down and shutting the door on Jimmy Wilson on that front stretch.
Yeah, I don't care if your name's Jimmy.
That's right.
I don't care if your name's... That's what I just seen right there, you know?
Yeah.
Hey, you know what? I'm racing in the same class as you are, and Jimmy's all over him. But Gage, the younger rider, is not yielding, you know, to this guy who has a lot more experience. Took about 6 first place in motos already this season. Says, I don't care. I don't care who you are.
That's right. I got a second, and I'm holding on to it. All right, as we come off of this next lap. Meanwhile, Matt completely unaware of all that drama. He's just enjoying a nice ride out here in the surf. One of his favorite things to do is be able to come down to these Florida races and get the opportunity to hang out and compete on his home stomping grounds.
Oh, yeah. You know, he's a master of the surf.
Oh, man. Just watching him last year and this year again and Panama City Beach last week. It's just so much fun, but he really does put a clinic on.
Great battle there by Wilson and Schoenauer. And Wilson says, listen, I've been doing this for quite some time. Take that.
I'd love to hang out more, but I got to go catch somebody. All All right, so Wilson getting around Gage Schoenhauer, but man, huge shout and props for Gage out of Clearwater, Florida. Sponsored by Riva Racing. Oh, that explains it. And HydroTurf, Ross Products at Team Scream, another very fast rider, Gage Schoenhauer in third.
Once again, Sport GP, race number 10. You guys should be down and working your way to the gate. Again, Sport GP, please work your way to the gate. Thank you.
Chris McCluggage had a little chance to just wave at Scott.
Well, you see Scott holding 4 fingers up. Chris probably thought he was waving and just said, hey, but...
Oh, wait, I'm a friendly guy. I'll wave back.
Well, the funny thing is that a lot of folks don't know that Chris is almost legally blind. See, Scott was giving him 4 fingers. Chris thought he was giving him 5, so he was just waving, but it's amazing that he could see him.
Well, he can see him, but it's mostly a blur.
And by the way, when Chris comes in, please let him know that he owes Sammy Nemi Jr. $50 and Talon Farthing $2 for the tax.
I like how Talon's collecting the tax. That's Sport GP, I need to have you down the line. Sport GP on the line, please. Sport GP is your call for the line.
25? Sport GP coming up next. We've got less than 3 minutes to go here, folks, in this Pro-Am ski stock class. These are the stand-ups that you can go and purchase from your local Pensacola Motorsports and come out here and race with us on Saturday and Sunday. By the way, you won't be able to race with us here until about next year, though, Don Dawson.
No, we won't, actually. We'll have the next tour race as we started off. And I always think the first 2 races, it's perfect to have them right down here in gorgeous Florida on the Emerald Coast. What a outrageous place to start a national tour. And it also just sets the tone for the whole year, Mike. And these guys get so fired up about this week. And a lot of them just take the entire week, come down here, get the boats all tuned up, and it gets them ready to get going on a big tour.
I'll tell you what, and it doesn't get any better than this. I mean, look at the water out there. Crystal clear, emerald green water. You got the white sugar sand. And, of course, the hospitality from the folks from the Pensacola Sports Commission and the Island Authority here locally. It doesn't get any better. It really doesn't.
All right, again, you are watching the last couple of laps for the Pro-Am Ski Stock Class. All this action brought to you by our great sponsors like Solus and Shark, Watcon, HydroTurf, Jack Links or Squatch, Jet Trim, and Balmer Eyewear, just to name a few.
Pro Sport GP working their way to the line with less than 2 minutes to go here in this stock class. And McCluggage has probably got about a 20-second lead right now over second place, turning it kind of into a snoozer for us up here on the Tower of Power. Again, Chris, 42 years fast, riding for Monster Energy, Mac Racing, Broward Motorsports, K1, Jet Trim, Jet Pilot, Jet Lift, ADA, and the Liquid Militia. So once again, for those of you folks that may be listening in at home on the Visit West Virginia live stream, we will be going through race 11 today. You're currently watching race number 9, the Pro-Am Ski Stock. And the next time around, when McCluggage comes back, I believe, when he comes back around, he'll be getting that white flag, folks. And looks like he's about ready to put somebody else another lap down. I think that's David Cabrera, Speedy, that he's looking to try to pass right now. We'll see if he can get by him down the front straightaway here as the white flag comes out. Cabrera says, I ain't even looking over at that blue thing you got going on.
David sees him. He actually held up there, stood up just a little bit, took a break, let Chris McCluggage go by. Okay, I said that, but
yeah.
maybe I was wrong.
Chris is out there playing with them. That's what's
Oh, is
going
he?
on.
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
Oh, yeah. They're just riding some surf together.
Oh, that's awesome. They are, aren't
Yeah,
they?
exactly.
He actually
You can tell he's
slowed down
playing. He's
to
just
play.
jumping and hanging out.
Oh, my gosh. Another day in the park. That is such a signature move for McCluggage, who, at the end of the day, wants to never lose the fun of the sport, and that's just one of the things I think that does make him one of the greatest of all time. Ladies and gentlemen, as he gets through with this last 3 or 4 buoys, do be sure and put your hands together for him. It is always an honor to get the chance to watch the Mac Attack on the course as this white flag flies for, well, about 1 buoy and 20 feet. Please put your hands together for Chris McCluggage, the Mac Attack, taking the win and the overall for today, round number 2.
Yeah, exactly. That's what he did. He's like, you know what? Because he's riding out of the Broward Motorsports trailer while he's down here. He's like, he slowed down so Cabrera could get burn some more fuel out there.
No, he's helping David get in shape. That was sweet of him.
Like Dave needs to get in shape.
I don't know if anybody's ever seen David Cabrera's like, what?
We need some holders down here for boat number 31 for this next race.
Our second place rider, by the way, coming in, Jimmy Wilson, did make it up into that second place spot.
Mark Gomez in third, Jade Schoenauer in fourth, and Brock Harris rounds out your top 5 unofficially. Again, we need some holders. Boat number 31 needs some holders down here. Thanks, guys. We appreciate you coming out from the pits.
So, Mike, the way it looked, it would be Chris McCluggage at the top of the podium. Unofficially, Jimmy Wilson in second. I don't know. Mark had a 6-4 and a 3. Cabrera was kind of the one I was watching.
All right, folks, here we go. Race number 10, Sport GP. On the 1B, we got Kelly Smith, 1 dub. We've got Billy Dearman. The Dukes is Cody McCallum. Boat number 13, Sam Namey. 14 is Keith Dill. 85 is Jules Hopkins. 88, Kyle Hayes. 907, Andrew Bisson. And 910, Jeff McPhail. And here we go. Looks like Johnny Smith on the inside split, grabbing the whole shot for Trinity. On the outside, it's going to be Sam Nemey. And it's going to be Nemey coming out in front.
Kelly Smith right behind him. Is he able to hold on to that with Johnny Smith from the inside?
Yeah, Johnny Smith falling in right behind Kelly Smith. Andrew Bazan back there in the 4th spot, followed by Dearman, as well as Keith Dill. Rounding out your top 6 here on lap number 1. Doug?
Yeah, that recap coming into that first turn on the inside split. I saw Billy Dearman with the great start, Mike, but realized he was on the wrong side of those white buoys, was able to make the course correction, cost him a half of spot or 2. So unfortunately for him, it dropped him back a little bit. But the good news is he didn't miss it. And he actually was in danger of doing that as he was coming into that first series of the turns.
Yeah, definitely don't want to miss that merge buoy. That's for sure. That'll dock you 2 spots. From wherever you finish. Even if you finish in first, you're still going to be docked 2 spots. So not to miss the merge. That is a big and a high priority out there.
All right, so front stretch is your leader, Sam Nemey, who this week and last week has not put a foot wrong.
Once again, folks, you just stumbling upon our event. You're watching the Grand Prix of Watercross, brought to you by the Casino Beach Bar and Grill. And speaking of the Casino Beach Bar and Grill, Dawson, they've got a VIP booth up there. And they give you a free sandwich, all the beer you can drink, roughly $20 to get in that VIP booth.
Wow, that is awesome. Special thanks to those guys. Also, our other sponsors, Flounders Chowder House, as well as Sidelines, another great sponsor for us for this weekend.
Lots of great sponsors here in Pensacola Beach. Sam Nemi, your leader, opts to go to the outside split. Kelly Smith going to follow suit on the Team Faith C2HX. Johnny Smith also going to the outside, riding for Trinity. Got that new Apex hull.
Well, I tell you, it has been the battle of the Smiths and the Nemes. This last couple of motos, that's how it's looking in top three. Sam Nemi, Kelly Smith, Johnny Smith, and man, they gave us a heck of a show on this first couple of motos. Bizan, who was actually up in second place in the second moto, having to miss a buoy and do a makeup. Billy Dearman back in fourth, Dill in fifth. No change on that top five from the last lap. Boat number 2 is moving up, and that's Cody McCallum out of Lazella, Georgia.
Hey, by the way, we need the Pro Runabout GP class. Pro Runabout GP class. Please report to the starting line. Again, Pro Runabout GP class. Please report to the starting line. Sam Nemi, slamming Sammy down the front straightaway. And I'll tell you what, he does look quick. A national champion last year. Trying to back it up. And Johnny Smith, man, riding on the edge there with that Apex hull. You got to love what Bobby and the folks from Trinity have done with that hull right there.
All right, so we've got a shirt sale going on up at the apparel tent for the Pro Watercross tent. It's actually right next to us this weekend. So if you guys are looking for a t-shirt, Mike, to commemorate this weekend, we would love to have you drop over there and pick one up.
I'll tell you what, man, perfect souvenir, man, right beside us. Pro Watercross Tour event merchandise just to the right-hand side as you face the beach. And Dawn, looks like we have a visitor from overhead.
Oh, yeah. I have no idea who that is, but cool to have him hanging out there with us. That's one of the, not a parasailer. What do they call that, Mike?
I believe that is...
Oh, an ultralight?
Ultralight, that's
okay.
it. Paramotor. Chris Langlis is helping us out down there. Thank you, Chris.
Thank you.
You do that? You do that stuff?
Oh, I didn't know that.
Man, I'll tell you what.
Man, it's great to have that reading.
Oh, I know. Yeah.
I'm hungry. I've already had some of the fries.
Did you see me in my race past that kid at the last buoy?
So halfway mark's coming out for Sam Nemi and Kelly Smith and Johnny Smith. Andrew Bizan in fourth. I want to say boat number 24 moving up in the pack. Hey, you guys, it's going to be Sam Nemi and Kelly Smith, your top two riders, finishing out the laps over on that right-hand side of the track.
So once again, folks, got about 2 more races to go. Got a rider down over here, right-hand side of the track. Don, what do you got?
As soon as I said that.
Yeah, Sam Nemi and Kelly Smith getting together out here, top left-hand side of the track around the MasterCard buoy. And it looks like both riders opting to go to the outside split. We're still under green flag racing conditions, but we have got less than 6 to go, folks.
Well, and interestingly enough, Mike, when you started that conversation, Kelly Smith was within 1 boat length. He tapped a buoy coming into that first turn on that outside split, slowed him down about 4 or 5 boats, but still on the charge. Meanwhile, Nemi trying to get around some lap traffic, and that is slowing him up enough. Johnny Smith also trying to negotiate around some lap traffic.
Yeah, Nemi able to work his way through that first back marker, but he's got about 2 more in front of him as he gets ready to head into that back straightaway. And you can see, obviously, the water looks really clear. Hard to decipher it from up here, but it looks like there are some holes and some big waves out there on the backside.
Yeah, you can just tell they're catching some massive air out there. And I've been watching this weekend, the rollers starting to pick up a little bit, particularly in the afternoons as this breeze has kicked in. It feels great up in the tower, but definitely altering some of the conditions for the riders out there. And Smith now within attack distance of Sam Nemi on that front stretch within 2 boats.
Yeah, look at Kelly Smith right now, man. All over Sam Nemi like a cheap suit. Again, Nemi on the Yamaha Wave Blaster and Kelly Smith on that Sea-Doo HX. And Smith, I'll tell you what, Smith is a scrapper, man. He's an arena cross rider. He doesn't care. He's running through stuff right now to try to get that Team Faith boat up in front.
Yeah, I tell you what, he got just a little bit sideways, popped a wave right in the middle of it, just center punched it slightly and managed to punch his nose through it. Didn't strip him off the boat, but I could tell it threw him off of the track a little bit. So back in, but once again, he dropped back about 5 boats.
Yeah, Nemi able to get around Dearman, so now we got a lapped rider in between first and second as we work our way through the outside section of the split, left-hand side of the track. As we view it here from the Tower of Power. Oh, and Smith goes down there momentarily. That's going to give Nemi a little bit of breathing room, and that could be all that he needs, Don, as we only got 2 minutes left to go.
Pro-Am Runabout GP, I need to have you on the line. Pro-Am Runabout GP, I need to have you on the line.
Pro Ski GP, stand by. I don't know. I think Jeff McPhail's boat needs a silencer. Either that or I need some Advil.
Reminds you of that guy in high school that had the cut back muffler or whatever, right? Just to make the Honda sound louder.
Right, exactly. And here comes your leader, Nemi, from the bottom left-hand side of the track. Boat number 13, working left to right in front of you. Sam Nemi, Kelly Smith, and Johnny Smith, 1, 2, and 3. The white flag will come out next lap around for Nemi. Once again, Pro Runabout GP, Pro Runabout GP. We need you down to the starting line, Pro Runabout GP. Please report down to the starting line.
Oh, check this out, Mike. It looks like Kelly Smith actually down off that backstretch. Opening up the field here for Sam Nemi. Sam even took a look behind him. He's like, wow, what happened to Kelly? White flag is out. Wow, right on that last lap. Disaster strikes for the Team Faith rider, Kelly Smith. And Keith Dill up in second place, and Johnny Smith.
Yeah, that's good
third.
news for Johnny. So Johnny Smith taking advantage. Kelly Smith out there. Yellow flags still rocking out there, top left-hand side of the track. Now he gets his boat fired back up. Nemi puts him a lap down. So I believe the checkered flag will be coming out this next time around for Sam Nemi out of Cooper City, Florida. Riding for Team Mean Racing in Broward Motorsports. Come on, folks, stand up, clap, and make some noise for Sammy Nemi. Coming through in that second place position, I believe, is Johnny Smith. And after that, Dawn, we're going to leave it to the scorers. Once again, coming up next, Pro Runabout GP, Pro Runabout GP.
All right, down on the line out of Ackworth, Georgia, sponsored by Kawasaki, Troy Lee Designs, HydroTurf, Jet Tribe, UDecidePrint.com, Scat Track, Oakley, and WWR Products. Vote number 1, Craig Warner. And out of Charleston, West Virginia, sponsored by Hidden Trails Motorsports, Black Star, DEI, Jet Tri, Riva, Engine Tech, and Superchargers. Vote number 2, Cameron Frame. Out of Naples, Florida, sponsored by Sea-Doo, Jet Tribe, HydroTurf, Riva, WRT, Nutrition Elite, and Inked Vital. Vote number 4, Arminio Iantosca. Out of Catawba, North Carolina, sponsored by Factory Yamaha, Fly, Jet Lift, Champion Power Sports, and Dean's Team. Vote number 5, Brian Baldwin. From Charleston, West Virginia, sponsored by Hidden Trails Motorsports, Black Star, DEI, Jet Tribe, Riva, Engine Tech, Superchargers. Vote number 21, Trey Frame. Out of Ackworth, Georgia, sponsored by Monster Energy, Sea-Doo, Mountain Motorsports. Vote number 116, Dustin Farthing. Out of Bellevue, Florida, sponsored by Hidden Trails Motorsports, Sea-Doo, and X-Team, and Jet Trim, vote 149, Tim Ducat. And from Claremont, Florida, sponsored by Fly Racing, Jet Lift, Riva, and Black Tip, vote number 247, Dylan Osborne. All right, a special shout out for the gentleman that have been working the drone this weekend for us. That is the gentleman from Pelican Drones, Chris Ton. Does aerial footage for Pensacola. It's great to have him out here. Thanks so much for helping us and providing the footage.
Hey, no doubt about it. Making us look like heroes out here. By the way, special thanks to Carson, too. Feeding the need, brother. Appreciate it. Once again, looks like Brian Baldwin grabbing the whole shot on the outside. Iantosca on the inside right now. Let's see if Iantosca can hold on to it on the inside. He had Farthing to contend with and Frame to contend with. Brian Baldwin on the Yamaha on the outside. He's going to have the drive as they come down the front straightaway. It's Ian Tosca, Baldwin, and Ian Tosca going to slam that door shut, Don.
Yeah, he definitely moved over right after that merge buoy, which you can do, and not just to take over Brian's lane, but also wanted to set up so he didn't blow that first turn too wide, which is easy to do on those elbow turns right off of that front stretch. Ian Tosca leading, Brian Baldwin, the tweaker, in second. Farthing third. Ducat fourth.
And I believe that's Osborne in the fifth spot. As you see our leaders up there, top left-hand side of the track, making a turn back into the closed course. Ian Tosca to the outside. Baldwin going to try to find some clean water to the inside on that Dean's Team Yamaha.
And the Frames making a pass on Dylan Osborne. That's actually Trey Frame moving into that fifth place spot.
Well, they come out the same as they went in. Ian Tosca in front. Baldwin on the nickel in that second place position. Followed by Farthing, 1, 2, and 3. And taking a look down on, looking at our first couple of motos there. We've got Ian Tosca, who took a 6-2. Baldwin with a 2-1. And Farthing with a 1-3. Ducat with a 3-4 could possibly sneak in there. Sneak onto the podium. Try to get some of that Sea-Doo X Team bounty money. So the green flag is flying. Ian Tosca's in front. Baldwin's in second. Farthing's in third. And guess who's coming to the line? Race number 12. That's the Pro-Am Ski GP. Final race of the day. Once again, Pro-Am Ski GP. Final race of the day. We need you to the starting line. Once again, we'll be doing, I believe, our Pro Show Awards, Dawn, immediately following closed course racing today. And that's going to be going on back here behind the stage at the podium.
That's awesome, Mike. I can't wait to see that again. You've been watching the Hidden Trails Sea-Doo Pro Watercross National Tour, brought to you by JetLift.
Farthing going down and hitting the penalty buoy right there. Surfs right over the top of it. Meanwhile, Ian Tosca and Baldwin engaged in a major battle out there for first place. I'll tell you, this is some great racing here in the Pro Runabout GP class. Again, Arminio Ian Tosca staying with Sea-Doo this year. Baldwin making a switch over to Yamaha last year in Dean's team. Baldwin picking up a win that second moto. Ian Tosca has not won a moto this weekend yet. But I'll tell you what, that Sea-Doo he's got right now looks pretty good. And I think he's got like Spider Monkey, Alan Walker, and the folks over there in Palm Bay working on that for him.
Arminio Ian Tosca. Love watching this guy race. His whole family been involved with the race. His dad, Joe, and you know, when we got to hang out with him last year at Naples, Florida, that was my very first time to be at Mamma Mia's Pizza, which those guys have run forever and ever. And, man, I tell you what, a tight-knit family. And the fact that Chris McCluggage and those guys kind of grew up together, hanging out, racing, I mean, it's pretty cool to listen to the stories.
Not a lot of folks know that McCluggage's family owned a gas station, and they owned a pizza shop that was in the same parking lot and parking center. So them guys used to go out and play when they were kids and everything like that. And then all of a sudden, somebody got into jet ski racing, and the rest is history.
Yeah. Some of the most famous names in the sport. You've been listening to us announce today, and this gentleman that's on the front stretch is just one of them. That's Arminio Ian Tosca. Right behind him, Brian Baldwin, and then Dustin Farthing, of course, King D, and they call him that for a reason as well. Gentleman's had, I would have to agree, and I was sitting there thinking about it last night. After 25 years, he probably does have close to 1,000 starts.
Right, I think we got two goats out here this weekend.
Two goats is right. Tim Ducat in that fourth place spot.
Yeah, goat soap, too. Bad goat.
Trey Frame in fifth. Dylan Osborne in sixth.
Ian Tosca again going to go to the outside. And Farthing going to try to find some clean water again on the inside. I've seen him do this the last 2 laps now. He's been looking for some clean water on the inside, and he may have just found it right here. Dawn, Dustin Farthing moves into second place.
Oh, boy.
So Sea-Doo running 1 and 2 right now. Yamaha back in third. And Tim Ducat also on the Sea-Doo back there in the 4th place position. Again, you're watching the Pro-Am Runabout GP class. The Grand Prix of Watercross right here in Pensacola Beach, brought to you by Casino Beach Bar and Grill.
All right, well, if nothing changes here with Brian Baldwin's second place first moto finish, a first and a second moto, the second here, that will, actually he's going to give him a third. Wow, things that make you go, That was enough to take over the lead for Dustin Farthing. That was actually the only rider that Dustin needed to get around in order to go to the top of the podium. So Dustin Farthing, as it stands right now, with that pass on Baldwin, is going to take the win overall because Baldwin had a second in first moto. So basically a 2, 1, and 3. Dustin had a 1, 3, and a 2 with that better place finish on the final moto in a tie. That is that final moto that's going to count. And that gives him the top of the podium. Brian Baldwin second.
Wow. Hey, by the way, we'd like to say a special hello to Blake Corning, who is watching in from over there on the left coast.
On the left coast. I heard that.
And look at that. Farthing is able to take down Ian Tosca. That's a slow track on the inside. I guess Farthing's the only one that can make him work for it.
Yeah, I guess so.
You know, everybody has been taking that outside track. You know, we were talking about it all day long. I talked to Carson, our race director. He said, Mike, we switched things up. These guys maybe just don't see it, and nobody's actually tested it. Nobody's actually tried it. Well, there you go. Dustin Farthing just made that inside track work for him. He was in third, went to second, and now first.
In 2 laps. All right, need to have a Pro-Am Ski GP to the line. Pro-Am Ski GP to the line. This is your call.
Final call.
It's your final call, is right.
Well, Farthing working the outside split right now. Getting ready to drop down into that front straightaway. He's got 3 minutes left to go, which means he's got about 4 laps left to go. Again, big shout out to everybody listening in on the live stream. I know Care Bear, Joey Rivard, Amanda Rivard up there in Georgia. Big shout out to them. Got Jonathan Dent down there in the Honduras. Big Wave Dave, who's watching in from Columbus, Ohio. Big shout out to you. And a special thanks to all of our great race fans that came out here and braved this horrible weather that we're having. Psych. Big shout out to Rob Greenwald, who was helping with Freestyle once again. Now Baldwin's starting to apply the pressure here to Ian Tosca with about 3 laps to go at this point. 2 minutes left on the docket, but again, it's 12 minutes plus 1 lap. So we got about 2 3/4 laps to go, and you see your battle for second place alongside the pier right now and through that dog leg, top right-hand side of the track. Boat number 4 is Ian Tosca, 5 is Baldwin. Meanwhile, once Farthing was able to get around, he's like, peace out, man, I'm gone. I got a thing. Last call for Pro-Am Ski GP, final race of the weekend. We need you down to the starting line. Pro-Am Ski GP, final race of the weekend. We need you to the starting line. Ian Tosca will remain in second place. Baldwin tried to make that inside split work for him, did not do so as of yet. Again, Baldwin on that Dean's Team Yamaha. Did very well that last moto, man, taking a win that last moto. He was like a rock out of a slingshot going to that hole shot. So Farthing going to be taking probably the white flag this time around. I see Scott is still looking, and I believe the white flag is going to come up. Yep, the white flag is up. 1 lap to go for Farthing. And can Baldwin get it done? That's the question right now. Here comes Ian Tosca holding on to that second place position. Baldwin still in the hunt. Got him in his crosshairs. Bottom right-hand side of the track. They'll make the turn. Run parallel to the pier, and Ian Tosca with about a 3.5 second gap right now between second and third place. In command of his own destiny. Meanwhile, Farthing working his way through the outside split, and that's it. One more buoy. He'll make he's actually going to take that green buoy just as a precaution, just in case anything crazy happened. He got any crazy calls. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, how about a nice round of applause for the 116, the king, Dustin Farthing. He's followed in by Ian Tosca and Baldwin. And I think that we'll see all 3 of those riders on the podium this weekend.
All right, your final race of the day is going to be Pro-Am Ski GP. On the rundown, it is the gentleman out of Yakima, Washington. He is sponsored by Commander, RM, Fly, Blowsion, Villain, Jet Trim, Rhino Power, and 360 Fly. It is boat number 3, David Redinger, with a Moto 2 5th place finish. In his first moto, got a 2nd place finish out of Sanford, North Carolina. Sponsored by Imagination Fabrication and Hurricane Racing is boat number 6, Nick Spring. Out of Musella, Georgia, sponsored by Rockwell Spy and ODI, boat number 18, Brock Harris. Out of Cary, North Carolina, sponsored by Hurricane Performance, it is boat number 21, Zach Spring. Out of South Africa, sponsored by Commander Industries, Burn, Rockstar, and K1, it's the 2ZA of Tyron Matsurius with a 6-3 finish. He's sponsored by Monster Energy, Mac Racing, Broward Motorsports, K1, Jet Trim, Jet Pilot, Jet Lift, ADI, and Liquid Militia, boat number 30, it's the Mac Attack, Chris McCluggage. Chris, by the way, with a 9-1 finish. From Miramar, Florida, sponsored by BMS, TMR, WSR, Exotic Signs, Hamilton, Weber, and Jet Tribe, boat number 51, David Cabrera. Out of West Harrison, Indiana, sponsored by Factory, Yamaha, ETS Racing Fuels, Jet Renew, IPD Graphics, ADA Racing, HydroTurf Fly. Wiseco and Judge Motorsports, boat number 94, Josh Block. Josh with a 7-8 finish. Out of Apex, North Carolina, sponsored by Hurricane Performance, Absoil, Advent Ignitions, Imagination Fabrication, boat number 106, Bill Haig. Bill with a 5-7 finish. Out of Sacramento, California, sponsored by Liquid Militia, Jet Lift, Gold Club SF, Fly, Scat Track, Riva. 1-800 Radiator, Jet Tribe, Shark Energy, Ultimate Watercross, Slippery, Bullet, and Gasket Technology. It is boat number 149, and that is Pete Zernick out of Bountiful, Utah with a 4-4 finish. He's sponsored by Bullet, HydroTurf, Jet Tribe, Scat Track, Crean Racing, Jet Lift, KMG Racing, Mystic Lubricants, Hurricane Industries, Rhino Power, Shark Energy, and Oakley. Boat number 182, Brock Austin, out of Sanford, North Carolina, sponsored by Judge Motorsports, Jam Racing, Hidden Trails Motorsports, IPD Graphics, ADA Racing, and ProWatercraftRacing.com. Boat number 300, Jimmy Wilson. Out of Springboro, Pennsylvania, sponsored by Full Spectrum, IPD Graphics, Riva, Fly, and Jet Pilot. Is going to be Mike Kelberer, Jordan Carroll, and Dustin Montzuris rounding out your field. Dustin with a 3-2 finish. Meanwhile, on that inside split, Brock Austin.
Brock Austin, the flying cherry tomato, out in front right now, Don Dawson. And boy, he is doing an amazing job out there. Hey, guess what, man? I got Brian from Jet Lift here with me. We're hanging out just here underneath the tower, man. He had something he wanted to say to everybody. And being a presenting sponsor, no allow it.
Thanks, Mikey. Hey, we just want to make a quick announcement. So we've got our tent set up front, right, on the pavilion. And we've got shirts and hats up there. And we've got product out of the box, demo product right now that we are not going to take home with us. So we're blowing that out at 20% off. First come, first serve. You like a trailer to go home with or a tote. Scissor stands are up there. And as far as the hats go, 2 for $30 on the hats. That's a smoking deal. And then 2 for $20 on the shirts. Jet Lift shirt, right? Live from Minnesota. Thanks.
Hey, we got a blowout sale. Don Dawson, I'm taking your credit card, and I'll be right back.
Okay.
Actually, it's probably Tim's credit card.
Well, yeah, either way, it's maxed out. So, unfortunately, I'm afraid you're not going to get very far unless you've got good credit with Brian, which, of course, you do. Meanwhile, back out on the track, Chris McCluggage leading, Brock Austin in second place. The challenge coming from the inside splits, David Rediger, seeing if he can take over that third place spot. He's battling it out with his riding buddy, and also a gentleman on also Commander Industry boat. That's Tyron Montzuris. And David taking over third place. Tyron steals it back, Mike, right off of that front stretch, and Dave Rediger, unfortunately, had his boat go down on him. It's like he pulled a lanyard. Josh Block moving into fourth. Dustin Montzuris in fifth. Jimmy Wilson, actually, Pete Zernick in fifth.
Well, I'll tell you, how is it that McCluggage comes out day after day, year after year, and is still this fantastic, Don?
I don't know. How come? How do you do it?
I don't know. It must be clean living.
Well, that and incredible talent.
You know, his wife's pretty fast, too.
Yeah, she was, actually. Took a women's ski title. All right, Jimmy Wilson just pushing his way through that pack up into third place. Getting by Tyron Montzuris, so it's a little bit of a switch around. So you got McCluggage, Brock Austin, Jimmy Wilson, Tyron Montzuris, Dustin Montzuris.
Lots of dirty laundry out there right now as these riders come down the front straightaway. Looks like the yellow flags are going back in the hole.
Oh, wow. Chris McCluggage actually had one of the waves strip his hands off of the boat. Still did not lose the boat. That is how incredible that athlete is. He was coming from that outside split. I saw both of his hands come off of that handlebar. Able to recover it. Meanwhile, Brock Austin's got company with Jimmy Wilson coming from that inside split. Brock still holding on to second. Jimmy Wilson in third. It's going to be Tyron Montzuris on the number 2 boat in fourth. Dustin Montzuris in fifth. Josh Block in sixth. Pete Zernick in seventh. Bill Haig in eighth. Zach Spring in ninth. Brock Harris in 10th, and Kilberer and Brock Harris going at it for that 10th place spot. That is how it's shaping up right now for your Pro-Am Ski GP class. This is going to be our final moto for these guys and your final class for the day. We're going to go straight from here into the awards show. You've been watching the Hidden Trails Sea-Doo Watercross National Tour brought to you by Jetlift.
In that last race with Bar, I know he missed the buoy over here, and then he went to the penalty buoy. And honestly, we turned that yellow and started going to the penalty buoy.
No, I did not see that. I was actually All right, again, you are watching 12-minute motos here for these pro racers. So when you see the Scott Hike holding his hands up there with a certain number of figures, whatever, 5, it's really indicating to those guys that how many minutes left they've got. Now, when you see that up there, you've got the green flag crossed with the white flag. That indicates we're halfway through the race, so 12 minutes plus the lap. So they are 6 minutes into this race, 6 more to go. I'm going to just say a special thanks to the Grand Prix of Watercross presenting sponsor, the Casino Beach Bar and Grill. Couldn't do it without Joey Lanier and Dylan and all the guys. Thanks so much for all your help this weekend. Brock Austin still in that third place position because Jimmy Wilson has moved up into second. So Jimmy second, Brock third, Tyron fourth. Dustin Matzuris in fifth. Josh Block in sixth. Pete Zernick in seventh. Bill Haig in eighth.
The flying tennis ball.
Zach Spring in ninth, and Chris McCluggage lapping up to ninth place.
Wow.
And we're halfway through. David Carrera is a rider that briefly went down on the left-hand side of the track. Looked like he just pulled a lanyard, or might got a little bit of water in that boat. Josh Block coming through in at 6th place spot. And these guys indicating that we are lap traffic, and that's because the gentleman right behind him, Chris McCluggage.
Uh-oh.
Coming through.
That's not who you want to have behind you.
True.
Especially if you're slower. Yeah, Max got a whole gaggle of riders. Look at he just shoots right through the middle of them.
Yeah.
Holy smokes.
Passed 4 riders at once on that right-hand side. Crazy.
Hey, by the way, folks, you can still pick up those VIP bands up there at Casino Beach Bar and Grill. Yeah, that's right up here beside us, beside the pier. Look for the big beer bottle, only $20. Get a free sandwich and some beer. Hey, man, that's not too bad for a little VIP deal.
That's awesome. Could spend that at in about 5 seconds normally.
Yeah. You got that right. Yes,
Really?
you do. Yes,
Really?
you do.
Really?
It's late.
Chris McCluggage knocking out another lap as we count it down from that halfway point. Looking out on the water, looks like Scott Hyatt giving about the 4-minute mark of this 12-minute moto. Means 4 minutes left. Yes, sir.
And we've got Wrong Brothers Aviation out here to collect a little bit of video here from our final couple laps. Again, Chris McCluggage is your leader out there, and taking a look down, Don. What are we looking at here as far as overalls?
Well, I haven't even had a chance to look. Let's start taking a look here.
Well, Don, while you're doing that, I'd like to say a very special thanks to all of our sponsors, including Hidden Trails, Sea-Doo, JetLift, who is our presenting sponsor. And JetLift's got the big closeout sale, man, 20% off of the stands and stuff. That's going on right up behind us on the City Walk. They've also got shirts and hats, I believe, 2 for $30. Shark Energy, which is our official energy drink of the tour and the World Championships. Jet Trim, the official mat and seat cover of the Tour World Championships. Solus, the official prop of the Tour and World Championships. Jet Renew, the official cleaner of the National Tour and World Championships. Also, a very special thanks to WatCon.com, HydroTurf, Bomber Eyewear, and of course, Squatch by Jack Links. So Dawn's doing some moto math, and we're a lot of math here. We're closing it out a little bit. I'd like to say a very special thanks to Ray and all the fine folks here from the Pensacola Sports Commission for hosting the event. Another amazing job. Special thanks to the Island Authority for permitting the event. Great times here in Pensacola Beach. So there's your leader, McCluggage, with...
well, he's got a 9-1 finish thus far. Adding up on that, gives him an 11 points total. Brock Austin, last I checked, had a 4 and a 4 and a 3, which is going to give him 11 points total.
How about Jimmy Wilson?
Jimmy's an interesting case here. He had 11 on the second moto, so he's got 12 points total. Because you're right, Mike, he won the first one, so he's at 12 right now. He's up in fourth place. But you got Brock Austin with a 4.43 because he was in third last I checked. And Brock Austin, that would give him 8, 9, 10, 11. So he's tied with Chris McCluggage right now. Chris obviously would be on top of that because he's got the current lead.
And how about Motts?
Well, Dustin Montzuris, a 3 and a 2, and he is back, I think, in 5th or 6th at the moment.
I'll tell you what, that's still right around 11.
11 seems to be, 10 and 11 seems to be the magic number, 10, 11, and 12.
All right.
Well, we'll see, because Wilson came up. He was in 5th, and then Wilson came up and passed.
Well, the white flag is out. That I can tell you. So less than a lap to go. McCluggage is your leader. Again, we might have to leave this one up to the scores because there was a lot of riders who went down. There's a lot of close battles, and we don't want to. We really don't want to say who the winner is if they're not really the winner. And all you folks at home go home and say, "Hey, man, I won the money," because yeah, we're not going to put that on ourselves. We're going to put that on the scores. And even though we can see what's going on up here, there has been a lot of ups and downs and swimmers, and it's just been cray-cray.
Did you just say cray-cray?
Cray-cray.
All right, checker flag going to go out. Put your hands together for Chris McCluggage winning the final moto.
Mac attack.
Wilson, I do believe, moved up into 2nd place.
Yeah, Jimmy Wilson doing a great job moving up all the way from like 6th to 2nd. And this is Tyron Montzuris, unofficially your third place rider.
And I do believe Brock Austin 4th.
Make Pete Zernick 5th.
7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I got a lot of 11. I'm going to just say unofficially, I think Dustin was 5th.
So Motts, Wilson, and McCluggage all in the hunt for that overall. We're going to let the scorers make the official call on that, as we do not have the scoring sheets up here. Once again, Pensacola Beach, thank you all for coming out here to the Hidden Trail Sea-Doo Pro Watercross Tour. By the way, we'll be doing the Pro Awards right back here behind us within the next half an hour. Again, we're going to be doing the Pro Awards right back here behind the announcing tower within the next half hour. But I believe before we do that, we're going to go ahead. We're going to sign off to everybody who's listening on the Visit West Virginia live stream, 24/7 sponsored. Hey, hey.
Hey, hey. I want to thank you guys so much for joining us today. You were watching the second round right here in Pensacola. This is the Hidden Trail Sea-Doo Pro Watercross National Tour brought to you by Jet Lift. Got to say a special shout out and thanks to the Casino Beach Bar and Grill. They were really the presenting sponsor for the weekend. They put together the, we're still not quite live. Live. 2, 1. Okay, now we're live as we go to our sign off for the live stream. On behalf of Mike Young, I'm Dawn Dawson, and an incredible day of racing, Mike, in Pensacola.
Yes, some awesome racing, man. We've seen ups, we've seen downs, we've seen get-offs, we've seen get-back-ons. And unfortunately, we had our first ambulance ride this weekend, and our hearts and prayers are with Shantae and her family right now. Obviously, she didn't get. I mean, it wasn't a crazy injury. It was a knee injury, but painful nonetheless.
Yeah, it certainly was good to see her get the update on that. That it was not bad, just got a knee injury. We've had a bunch of great action on the water today as well. I mean, just doing a quick recap on that. Jimmy Wilson looked great today in ski. Chris McCluggage looked great. I tell you, from yesterday and today, having to run with a hood off on his boat in one of the motos, man, that was tough. And the fact that he finished that class was redunculous. That was the one where he got the 9th. So he had a 1, a 9, and a 1. And then he had a ton of other riders coming in. So the magic number is between 9, 10, and 11. We're not even sure yet who's going to get the top of that podium. So it got a little crazy on that final moto for Ski GP. Now talk about the Runabout GP class and some of the others.
Yeah, I'll tell you, the Runabout GP class, the king, Dustin Farthing, again, coming in yesterday. And it looked flawless. Today, a little hiccup. Took a 3rd place, but that's 3rd place. Then took a 1st place in the final moto. He is the king. There is no doubt about it. In a runabout class, this kid owns the water.
Yeah, and I tell you what, running down the competition, not just last week, but this week as well, Sam Nemi continues the domination, took the sport stock class once again, looking to hit the top of the podium in the sport GP class as well. The gentleman that pushed him the entire weekend, though, Kelly Smith and Johnny Smith. It's like the Smith brothers from another mother.
Right, yeah, the Smith brothers from another mother. I think Johnny probably ended up in 2nd place overall, and Johnny riding at Apex Hall from Trinity. It just speaks volumes about what they're doing over there in Melbourne, Florida.
Yeah, and I tell you what, when you look back over Freestyle, that too got shook up this weekend. Last weekend it seemed all about the Gomez show. Did really great, his first introduction onto the national tour. This weekend, however, Chris Longlaise answered that challenge with a challenge of his own, taking this weekend's win.
Yeah, I'll tell you, that X-Scream motor, I mean, it propelled him to new heights, so to speak.
Oh, Pardon the pun. Did a great job. Again, Pensacola Beach, what a perfect backdrop for an incredible weekend of racing. Couldn't have been better weather for us. Really, honestly, the only thing missing was surf. But frankly,
and all of you folks.
Well, yeah, you guys too. We miss you all. We'd love to have you join us as we go to the very next round, which is going to be in Reno, Nevada, where the gambling, the stakes, and the tour will be landing.
Hey, you got 20 I can borrow?
I might.
Okay, Reno, here we come.
All right, on behalf of Mike Young and me, Dawn Dwasson, we are signing off. We'll see you in just a couple weeks in Reno, Nevada.
There's a place in Florida where the beaches stretch sparkling white and unspoiled, where 450 years of history live, and the beachfront hotels open onto a world of fun and natural beauty. The place is Pensacola. The Pensacola Bay Area offers history, the National Naval Aviation Museum, outdoor adventure, and great restaurants, all with a comforting dollop of Southern hospitality. Explore Pensacola's historic downtown, filled with arts, culture, and vibrant nightlife. Or spend your time just watching the emerald waters of the Gulf of Mexico lap at your toes. With stylish beachfront condominiums, premier hotels, or beach bungalows, we can match any budget. So come to the Pensacola Bay Area, a Florida many believe lives only in memory. There's a place in Florida where the beaches stretch sparkling white and unspoiled. There's a place in Florida where wishes come alive and memories become reality. The place is Pensacola.
You know, one of the great things about doing the Pro Watercross National Tour is all of the cool places that you can hang out while you're watching the races, and this by far is one of the best. This is the Casino Beach Bar and Grill right in Pensacola Beach. Some of the best food, best hamburgers, Pensacola Brewery, all kinds of great beers.
I love the beach. I love the water. You can surf here. You can paddleboard here. You can do anything here. It's a great place to be.
All right, I'm here with JK. So tell me about this bar.
Well, it's awesome. It has the best view on the beach, and we have the best drinks.
In your opinion, 1 to 10, what are you thinking?
12.
Nuh-uh, for sure?
I'd say so.
All right, deal. I'm going to make you call on that one. Man, what is the drink to order? What's the best drink?
In here, in Pensacola, I would say our margarita is awesome. And a painkiller because it has a lot of alcohol.
You are going to love hanging out here. And the greatest thing of all is it has the best seats in the house as far as seating the races. Come to the Casino Beach and Bar in between all the hot racing you're watching. Welcome to the first round of the Hidden Trails Sea-Doo Pro Watercross National Tour, presented by Jet Lift.
Obviously, we're really excited for the new season. The goal is always to win. You know, it's going to be tough. There's a lot of good riders, but yeah, I'm excited for the challenge.
Riding in places like Pensacola, Panama City Beach. Some people call it the Emerald Coast, but for me, it's just paradise in Florida.
It's white sandy beach. The water is insane. It's so clear.
This is the Daytona of Watercross. If you love racing, you know, this is it.
I'm Shantae Biggest, and you're watching Pro Watercross.
I'm Rob Wells from the Naples Marco Island Everglades Convention and Visitors Bureau. I'm here today at Sugden Regional Park in sunny Naples, standing on the shores of Lake Avalon, the new home of the Pro Watercross Tour World Championship. We're excited to welcome everyone here in September to experience Florida's Paradise Coast. Besides enjoying all the fun that will take place here on Lake Avalon, we invite you and your family to enjoy all the fun and excitement our area has to offer. With over 30 miles of spectacular white sand beaches overlooking the Gulf of Mexico, come find your place in the sun. If you're a golfer, welcome to Golf Heaven. With over 90 courses, the Paradise Coast was just named North America's #1 golf destination. For the adventure, come explore our 10,000 islands in the world-famous Everglades National Park. Last but not least, we encourage you to visit our world-class restaurants, boutiques, art galleries, and museums. I look forward to welcoming you to my paradise and hope you make it your paradise. Welcome.
Grab and go with Jet Renew Essential Packs. Our packs are universal for all your watercraft and motorsports needs. Contains purple wash and wax, pink plus, and protector.
Yeah, here we are at Jet Renew right here at the World Finals. What's up, dog? What's up? Surf Rat in the house, yeah. Get your Jet Renew while it's hot.
Made in America, Jet Renew products. We are the leaders in the marine and motorsports industry. Get yours today at jetrenew.com.
There's a place in Florida where the beaches stretch sparkling white and unspoiled, where 450 years of history live, and the beachfront hotels open onto a world of fun and natural beauty. The place is Pensacola. The Pensacola Bay Area offers history, the National Naval Aviation Museum, outdoor adventure, and great restaurants, all with a comforting dollop of Southern hospitality. Explore Pensacola's historic downtown, filled with arts, culture, and vibrant nightlife. Or spend your time just watching the emerald waters of the Gulf of Mexico lap at your toes. With stylish beachfront condominiums, premier hotels, or beach bungalows, we can match any budget. So come to the Pensacola Bay Area, a Florida many believe lives only in memory. There's a place in Florida where the beaches stretch sparkling white and unspoiled. There's a place in Florida where wishes come alive and memories become reality. The place is Pensacola.